Раз, два, три, hello, привіт. О, поки завантажується. В двох словах. Нордшляйфи. 160 хвилин. Одне рило. Я пропустив кваліфікацію. Кваліфікаційна сесія окрема була. Я, коротше, її пропустив. Провозився тут на одному, тому пропустив. Привіт. Сергій! Що за Сергій? О, завантажується наш шлейф. Вона довго завантажується. Так, трансляція, що там іде? Да, іде. Мабуть. Да, іде. Так, все, закриваємо цю херню. Да, теж дивився, це ж треба на гонку, тому... там Porsche, блін, нормально Cadillac. Ай, добре. Там ще у корвета, по-моєму, проблеми, коротше, будуть. У корвета проблеми будуть, тому що в нього зі всіх дір тече то мастило. Блять. Коротше, не знаю. Цікава гонка, да. Так, що у нас по картинці? Так, overlay. Є. Так. О, фак. Секунду. Ага, ось. Це сюди. Ну да, на ремонт. Та я ж кажу, там все тече, бля, зі всіх щілей. Так. Десь так. Так, наче все. Так, наче все. Що у нас по... Так, по сетапу. Сетапу в мене немає, тож ми... А, до речі, є якийсь. Але я не знаю. Racing Setup. О, є. О, є якийсь. Поїхали. Боже, як воно лагає. До речі, я не знаю. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Як воно лагає. Ну, да, я бачив це. Це LMP2. Блядь, що таке? Картинка лагає, пиздец, наверное. Так. Блядь, лагає картинка, пиздец в мене. Так, що робить? Що робить і що, як від цього збавитись? О. Бля, коротше, я не знаю, у мене... Так, чому все лагає? Я не знаю, чому все лагає. Та пропихують його, як і корвеці. Не знаю. Я не можу нічого сказати. Ну, це мустанг, це звичайно. Так, а де ця штука? Так, що в мене лагає? Так, ладно, поїхали, розімнемося трохи. Ну, новий Форд прикольний, що. Не знаю. Але мені здається, його пропихують дуже. Маю на увазі рестрикшн. Боже, вона не повертає. Повна, як... Повна палива, як корова. Оу. Оу. Проїбав, блін. Так. Це буде мультіклас гонка, блядь, пиздець, короче. Так. Так, все видно.
Hello.
Так, я сподіваюся, з картинкою все нормально, зі звуком теж. Добре. Так, позаду прототип. Я, до речі, не знаю, як тут стартувати. З гріду чи з боксів. Квалу я не їхав, тому я думаю, з боксів мені краще буде стартувати. Я боюсь розбитися в толпі, коли їхати. Розіб'юся. В принципі, рейсинговий сетап непогано. Ну там щось показували, до речі, да, що там погоду. Ох, тут, ой-ой-ой, вона не хоче тут. Це погано. Показували погоду, коротше, і там наче щось насувається, коротше, якийсь дощ. Можливо, піде дощ. До речі, цікаво, як IMSA буде під дощем, як вони це все будуть. Там багато повипілюється. Да, зелене пекло, мультіклас, все як треба. Привіт, Денисе. Доброго й тобі дня. Сука. Блядь, забув. Упс. Єп. Ой, що то тут горить? Fire! Fire in the hole! Oh, I just... Фікі-фікі-фік. Лайно. Третій сектор взагалі, чи не третій, чи між, коротше, цими... Блядь, як ці повороти, блядь? Між каруселями ніхіра не знаю, як їхати, взагалі не пам'ятаю. I'm start the race from pit lane because I don't want to crash in first lap. Yeah, more safety. Okay, oh yeah. Let's go to race server. 1 second, 2 minutes. Warm up. Oh, we have GT3 cars only. Yeah. Oh, I see a Sonchik on the grid. Wow. Так, наче вже фрізів таких немає, тому so much understeer with full tank. Here we go. Yeah. Так, окей. I'm starting from pit lane.
Hello.
Hello, chicken nugget.
Так, перевіряємо. О, ну. О. Є. «48 cars». 48 машин. Масончик стартує з 12-ї позиції. О. Окей. Так, let's go. Green, green, green! Повинно було бути мультіклас, але...
Very much not a morning person. I'm nearly swept the fast race start.
iRacing зробив так, що... О. Oh, that's Porsche. Дивно, але аварій немає. О, перший. First caution. О-о. О-о-о. Be careful, be careful. I'm just so slow. Ho-ho. Another yellow. О, блин. Ох, попереду паровозик. What are you doing, guys? Wow! Crash, 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 crash. Уху-ху! Ну що, ми їдемо чи ні? Гоу-гоу! Ох, яка вона. Уф. Whoops! Oh. We're alive! Woohoo!
Oh, there's zero damage.
Що з машиною? Сука! Блять. Блять. Fuck. Fuck the Porsche. Just... Wow. Oh, I have damage. Ooh. Ow! Fuck. 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 Why did you break there? Because I... Fuck, I don't know this track. Fuck. Okay. Where is my car? No. Бля, я хотів його пропустити, коротше. Я дуже хотів його пропустити, блядь. Але він їблан не ліз, блядь. Ну, сука. Він дуже швидкий був, дуже швидко наганяв мене. Ось тут. Ну він мені моргав навіть. Ну я уйшов, от, я уйшов на праву сторону. Блядь, пролізь нахуй. Я навіть швидкість скинув, блядь. На. Чому я там гальмую, блядь? Тому що треба, блядь. Сука. Ну і себе вбив, блядь, і мене вбив. Довбойоб, блядь. Я, конечно, теж довбойоб. Але, ну... Да. Окей, коротше, їдемо далі, блядь, що, я не знаю. Там ремонту, блядь. Охуй, блядь.
Hey, car 5, how smashed up is my front end?
Зараз. Будемо дивитися.
Up with it. So it's 4 hours left. I think to beat the 62 car, we're gonna need some help.
It was beginning to look like like a sprint.
I think it depends on your mindset. The reality is right now there's not a lot of discipline. You've come this far, so.
But you just give it, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, right now you just go for it and hope for the best, right? Second place doesn't mean much here, you know, and I don't say that to take away the accomplishment of it, right? Everyone comes here to win. It's our biggest race of the season, so for sure we'll do everything we can to try and make that happen. But Reese doesn't make many mistakes in times like this.
And neither do you guys usually, Brian. Good luck. Thanks, man.
Very similar conversation to so many other drivers that we've heard from during our CrowdStrike pit reports throughout the course of the nearly 20 hours of running. It's slightly bizarre. I keep thinking every year in, year out that we start the campaign, the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, with the biggest race of the year. But I suppose in the World Endurance Championship, we used to have, and still do have actually, the biggest race arguably of the year, Le Mans, as round 3, is it? It used to sit at the very end of the year when we had that sort of winter calendar, if you like, beginning in September and ending in June. But yeah, this is the one that everybody wants, closely followed by the Sebring 12 hours in a month and a half's time, I suppose. And you get great points for finishing in second, but unfortunately nobody remembers that as a result.
No, you're entirely right. In fact, when you look back through motor racing history, sometimes you are completely surprised who actually won or was running at the front but didn't take even class victory. But the thing gets me, the placement of a race like this at the front end of the season, if you have a rotten race, you retire early and your likely rivals are gathering bucketfuls of points at the various 6-hour marks, and then at the end of the race, you're on the back foot the entirety of the season. When the more 24 hours got pushed, as you say, it was the 2019 or 2018-19 season to the tail of the season. To me, that was the logical place, because otherwise you don't get a big score at the more in the middle of the year. And last year we saw that with the Toyotas. The Mike Conway car didn't pick up many points and spent the rest of the season winning, but because they didn't do well in the big one with the big handfuls of points, they were never going to win the title, and it's really quite dispiriting. So, you know, for me, the big one should be at the back. I'm not suggesting you have to run a season that ends in the Daytona 24 hours. A season ending in January would seem normal, but could you run it at the end of the year? Sacrilege, I know, sacrilege.
I mean, the argument to not have that as the case is that this, you know, there are no points on the board prior to this, therefore nobody's worrying about championship and can completely attack this event in isolation, knowing there's a load of points, yes, on offer, but you only have to worry about points permutations when we're well clear of Daytona and heading to that little event known as Petit Le Mans in October. That in itself is a race with rich history now. 25
Porsche 4 секунди виграє.
But it's not quite the Daytona 24 hours in terms of the heritage that stretches back to the early 60s.
О, така боротьба клас.
No, indeed, but again, it's fantastic that you look at the difference between the races. They have their own identity, and long may that be the case. And certainly Road Atlanta just has fantastic circuit, and you know, American road races are very fortunate at some of the tracks they have to race on.
Mercedes, Ferrari, Lexus.
And yeah, every single race has its own little character. I love the fact that there's a big shake-up of race durations too, and sometimes races incorporating just half the classes that we have on display here today. But it has to be open invitation, if you like, to everybody within GTP, LMP2, GTD Pro and GTD here at the Keystone event. We had yesterday afternoon 59 cars start the race, a lot fewer than that now, I'm afraid to say. And some of the latest retirements confirmed to be both of the AWA Chevrolet Corvettes, numbers 17 and 13. Since that announcement from Race Control, I don't think we've had any other official retirements so far.
No,
the other two Corvettes actually came really close to that. They've had their difficulties and have dropped away from the pro battle, but at least they're still going.
Yeah, I think we've lost 15 cars overall. We seem to have 44 cars still running, but some of them a little bit walking wounded. One of those I include in that was the Nolan Siegel slightly bodywork light Ligier we saw that caused the last full course yellow when that bodywork engine cover came off and landed at the side of the circuit. Can't complain though, unfortunate for them, but it has bunched up this race and made it all the more exciting. But at the very front of the field, Felipe Nasr, every lap is putting just marginally further clear of Jack Aitken, and Jack Aitken did very well to resist attack a couple of laps ago, coming out of turn 3, approaching the infield kink when he was being attacked, albeit with another car between them by Kevin Estra. Estra put the number 6 Porsche on the grass, bounced around and rejoined. He's fallen back by a couple of seconds, but seemingly at this point in the race, the Works Porsche 963s are untouchable, really running at a fantastic pace.
You inadvertently mentioned the other four-letter word beginning with R there, rain. Shay, during her stint, suggested there were sprinkles in the air, but I said if we can get you between hours 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock, then it's less likely that the weather will start to interfere. Let's get to Joe Bradley, who can bring us a CrowdStrike pit report. Any sign of that rainfall, a shower maybe, Joe?
Well, I am in the weather, aren't I, guys? What you guys didn't see, and that was purely because it was big black rain clouds behind the main grandstand, which was out of your sight. and they were basically, the sky was black, and we all thought, oh, here we go. Little bit of precipitation when you just kind of feel a bit of light rain on your face. It didn't transpire though, and the black clouds just disappeared, and they didn't come across the grandstand and come into your view. So a bit odd, but they do say that if you don't like the weather in Florida, wait 5 minutes, and that's pretty much come to bear here. And at the moment, I wouldn't say the sky is blue. The sky is reminds me of a wet Sunday in Snetterton without the rain though quite yet. So it's still dry. There's still no sort of rain in the air like it was at 9 a.m. this morning when I walked in, because it very much was. But whether or not it is gonna rain, it's still very, very threatening. And as I say that, the sky behind you now is gone from a light grey to a little bit dark grey. So yeah, it's still a possibility, I would say.
Yeah, well, the threat's coming from the cloud cover, definitely. There's been an awful lot of cloud in recent hours above the speedway. The wind's going to pick up, I'm hearing, though, as well, and so the wind increasing. Any of that nasty weather as now there's a spin for the second place GT Daytona car, the 023. Triasi hammers the right third foot and actually rejoins very swiftly indeed. But that on the infield at the International Horseshoe and on an off-road, Triasi was just ahead of Aaron Tielitz when that happened. What was the gap back to the Vassar Sullivan Lexus? It was about 1 minute and 50 seconds, in fact. So he may well have hung on to second place.
Well, no, in fact, he's got the fourth place car right on his tail. It's a very quick rejoin. He could have sat there easily for 30, 40 seconds waiting for a gap in the track. The Dragon Speed Orica going around the outside. Was he pushed? We can answer affirmative, he was. Paul Miller racing the BMW. Don't forget, fighting in second place in GTD Pro. Tapped him up the rear, round he went. I think, quite frankly, that Onofrio Triasi was so busy looking at the Dragon Speed Orica on the outside, thinking, oh, hold on, that might not work. Round he went, ended up facing 180 degrees from Norm, but managed to rejoin just ahead of Mike Skeen in the Courthoff Preston Motorsport Mercedes. So they are now third and fourth, rather than the Ferrari being in second place. Meanwhile, as they say, at the front of that class, 13.6 seconds is the advantage that Indy Doncia had over Triasi at the start of that. Obviously, it's going to be even more than that over Aaron Tielitz when they get to the end of this next tour.
Yeah, on the chance to witness that again, I noticed Aaron Tielitz sneaking through in the Dayglow yellow and black and the sole surviving Vassar Sullivan Lexus. So that car able to get up to second position, which is now confirmed on our timing screens. Though Triasi lost about 10 seconds on that lap. It was a 1:56 by the time he'd come round to the stripe in the tri-oval. The next question is, what will be the decision from race control regarding Neil Verhagen's braking point there in the Paul Miller Racing BMW, because it was the kidney grille of the BMW firmly into the rear of Triasi's Ferrari, and couldn't really have done a lot about that. Now, what Neil Verhagen will say is, well, he braked far too early than I was expecting. The question is, would Verhagen have made the International Horseshoe, made the corner, had the contact not been made?
I think the fact that Triasi was trying to leave space for the Orica to go around the outside the Dragon Speed car meant he was slightly tighter on the corner. Looking at the front left-hand corner of the number one Paul Miller Racing BMW, there is a little bit of broken bodywork there. Don't forget the back opposite rear corner, it also went missing somewhat while ago. Hopefully it's nothing too big, but we all know when the cars are going high on the banking, all that aero loading, bodywork that has damage can certainly become fractured and become worse than it was before.
It's under review, that incident involving cars 1 and 023. Hardly surprising that, but an amazing speed and continue really. The rejoin was perfectly safe, but it was the speed that Onofrio reacted to that. Suddenly thought, okay, well, I've had contact, I'm off on the grass, locate first gear, try and get back in the race as quickly as possible. Yes, it cost him about 9 seconds, but it could have been a lot worse than that. Christian Rasmussen, meanwhile, switching classes to LMP2, is now the fastest car in the secondary prototype class. He leads LMP2 in Era Motorsports number 18 car, and has just done 1:39.678, nearly 11 seconds up the road from a tighter battle that involves Tom Dillman and Felipe Massa as now the number 10 Acura briefly leaving the road. This is not troubling the top 8 in GTP because Acura have been, well, certainly from this side of the garage, struggling with their number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Andretti car, and it's Marcus Ericsson returning to the racetrack, in fact, after a pit stop, which was a scheduled one. He came in, was there for about a minute and 10 seconds or so, and is now back out onto the track.
Right, the scrap at the moment is for second place overall. It's still the Cadillac number 31 from Whelen Engineering holding that position with Jack Aitken at the wheel, with Kevin Estra. You know, some drivers just, it's writ large and everything they do in the car, they are extra hungry, and Kevin is one of those drivers, always has been. Ultimate attacker, he's right on the tail now. He's a third of a second, a quarter of a second down on the Cadillac, going around some GTD runners on the bank. He lost a little bit of ground there, but every time he falls back, Kevin Estra closes in again on Jack Aitken. The Porsches are looking really sweet. And the race leading Porsche of the sister car from Porsche Penske Motorsport, Felipe Massa, is there 5.6 seconds clear. It'll be even more than that, I would suggest, because the traffic wasn't too kind to Aitken and Estra. And not too far behind Colton Herta. He's just about another second and a half away in fourth place overall. It's tight in the front, not for the race leader, but the battle for second place is where the action is.
James Allen in from 7th position in LMP2 for a stop and quite possibly a driver change, as now the wins backed number 2 from Ben Hanley as it will tussle on his hands, zigzagging their way through. This is going to be some lappery from the crowd strike, racing by APR car of Malte Jakobsen. So Jakobsen is working lap 6.36, whereas the number 2 car of Ben Hanley is a couple of laps behind that, but it's not going to make it easy. Ben Hanley for the day behind to skip through. Will be on the screen later to get the 5th and 6th positions, but the other way around. So this is the 5th place down in P2 car, looking to put another lap on the 6th place car for United Autosports USA.
Well covered again. Any shots, the sky is still remaining very grey. Hopefully any vestige of rain is going away, but especially for teams like Town Motorsports, because they've got a pit stop coming up, so they don't want any rain within the following lap. But all looking cool, calm and collected for them. Town Motorsports got a really, really good run in the stage after 24 hours.
Into pit road will appear Felipe Massa in the number 74 Riley. Tower Motorsports pitting right on cue as well. As Bruce mentioned, the team ready to jump over the wall there to tend to the latest pit stop. There was a driver change in the number 81. So James Allen out and Kiffin Simpson in to the Dragon Speed Oracle, which runs 7th. And this is going to be one for Joe. This is the one for Joe to keep an eye on for LMP2. So let's get to it. That's front pit report right now.
Yeah, so the number 8 Tower Motorsports car is going to have a driver change.
А, коротше, їдемо якось. Блять, сука. Пиздец, короче. Фу, блять. Ёбана Нордшляйф, ненавиджу, блять. Да, пизда, все.
As you say, an avoidance of an LMP2 car that was on the high side into the international horseshoe.
Fuck this track.
Will not be delayed because of that. And the number 1, remember, needs to stay as close as possible to James Callardo's Risi Competizione Ferrari. Let's head to Joe again.
Бля, чого воно не виходить, бля?
Next champion at the wheel of the car, stays at the wheel of the car. Didn't see a driver change there. I'm pretty pretty sure. I just
Сончик
missed that.
хуяри, бачиш?
Fueling going in. So all pretty standard pit stops what we're seeing now. Everybody doing these pit stops as quickly as possible. Because time can be gained if not lost. That's the philosophy, isn't it?
Totally, yeah, you're going to lose way more than you stand to gain if you start to take risks during a pit stop, particularly this close to the end of the race. Feels a bit strange saying that when we've got well over 3 hours still to go, but with every tick of the seconds on the clock, there's less time of the race to try and recover any sort of incident that you may be having, so you just need to hit your markers. A reminder then that the incident responsibility assessed to car 1,
Окей, все.
but they just get a warning at Paul Miller Racing with the BMW M4 after that nose-to-tail contact to the rear of Onofrio Triati's Ferrari. It is RS2 IMSA radio with the 62nd edition of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. We're live on the track here at 107.9 FM and WDIS Sirius XM channel 207. It's Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones keeping you well up to date with what's going out on the track and any incidents and stories breaking out in pit lane or indeed behind the wall. Joe Bradley keeping us in tune with the CrowdStrike pit and paddock reports, and Shay Adams going to also
Піду Мазду, коротше.
covering the other end of the pit lane, so it's going to be a two-pronged CrowdStrike attack for the pit reports. And let's get a quick one now from Joe Bradley. In fact, what else have you seen?
Well, another LMP2 pit stop for you again. Another very sort of regimented, if you like. Tyres have gone on. In fact, oh no, as I say that, the fuel, I was left with just the fueler. And now we're bringing out a couple of planks of wood, one in the front, one in the back, and then some air pads to lift the car. This is the jacks, so the air jacks in the car don't appear to be working. And I haven't noticed this, I don't know if Shay has, but the car is being lifted to allow them to change tyres on air pads. It's kind of a jack, but manual, not air jacks within the car. So I'm not sure if that's an issue. I'll check with the team. Because you know what? It's not, all right, it's effective insofar as you can get the wheels and tyres changed, but it's certainly not as clean cut as an air jack just being plugged in and the car going down. And then when they release the air jack, it's kind of like an air-filled pad, and you've got to kind of push the air out, physically push the air out, and then pull the plank out. This is messy for the 99. That's going to cost them time every time.
Let's stay in the pits with another CrowdStrike report, this time from Shay.
Down at the other end of the pit lane, the 40 WTR Andretti car is in the Acura getting full service. Windshield clean, not a tear-off, no driver change, but 4 new Michelin tires just waiting on the fuel.
Yeah, but that 99 issue that Joe was describing for Paul-Luc Chatin's car, the 80 racing machine, is now back into the race.
Це моя тачка, блядь. Більше у мене нічого не виходить, блядь.
Again, how strange things can quickly turn, because the AO racing car was regularly at the front of about 4 or 5 cars that were taking turns to lead the race, but it's now dropped down to 8th position and at least 5 laps off the lead pace, which is Christian Rasmussen right now for Era Motorsport, but not very far away. Malte Jakobsen for CrowdStrike Racing, into Europol by PR1 Matheson and Tom Dillman. Riley's Felipe Massa and Scotty McLaughlin, who's just taken over, as Joe described, the Tower Motorsports Orica. Here's Colton Herter. Actually, that 40 car's just completed its stop. Kevin Estra will come down pit lane, the number 6, and Joe Bradley's got something to pick on that he mentioned a moment or two ago, and then we'll get to Shay for the latest on the 6 Porsche. Joe first.
Team manager from EO Racing, Gunnar Jeanette, confirms they've lost the air jacks, lost them about 2.5 hours ago. He smiled. He's been around this sport enough to not let that stress him out too much, but he does realise, yeah, they are going to lose time with every pit stop, with every tyre change, because it's just not as clean as an air jack.
Kevin Estra's got to be no nose. Well, sorry, not to panic Caroline there. Not me, but Porsche has a new nose going on it. And they've taken this opportunity to fuel and tires for the number 6 Porsche. No driver change. Also into the pit lane is the number 85 JDC Motorsports Porsche. I came down here for a chat with Richard Westbrook. He's decided not to talk to me just quite yet. He's staying aboard for another stint with 4 new Michelin tires, cleaned up the windscreen, and waiting on the fuel. Also in the JDC Mustang sampling car, just a couple boxes up. That's the number 5. It looks like they did do some service inside the cockpit, but I did not see a driver change for that car either. It also has fuel and tires, and wow, both of the privateer Porsches getting away at the same time. That was beautiful synchronicity, but already gone is the Penske car.
Fuck.
And off towards the end of pit road. Onofrio Triasi is in the competizione in the Triasi competizione for
No.
26, which had that spin, well, contact and spin into the international horseshoe. But this now a scheduled stop as we head back to Joe in the pits for this interview. So it's Ferdi Habsburg. Oh, hang on a moment. The
Third place Porsche's just gone off the track, but number
Porsche
6
is off the road. Yeah. So this is was this the outlap for Kevin Estre? It was. And the number 6 car hits the brakes, but there's absolutely no grip as it turned in and nosed into the barrier. And all of a sudden, Penske Motorsports 963 challenged to back up the race leader, which is now in the pits, car 7.
What the fuck?
Kevin now stalled the car. Well, he's found reverse. That was the big problem, was finding the reverse gear with a hot gearbox. They are often so resistant to going into reverse. Now he needs to work his way through the gearbox to the forward momentum. And that is proving very, very difficult indeed. So I'll keep an eye on this 6 Porsche that is just not moving at all. As Shay can bring us this about the sister car, which might be the only gun in the barrel now for Penske Motorsports, Shay.
О, це третій, коротше, Порш. Їде.
So for the time being, race control giving everyone the opportunity to dive into the lane.
Yeah, and that is because, as you were chatting, Kevin Estre was able to start moving again in the white pinstripe Porsche 963. But having rejoined in 3rd position, Colton Herta has already got by that Porsche. Alessio Picariello will have been too far back. No, he wasn't, so he's got ahead of Kevin Estre. Timon von der Helm also up a place to 5th now for the JDC Miller Motorsports car. So Penske have lost out not only to Acura, but to the 2 customer 963s for Proton and JDC Miller. A horrible exit back out onto the racetrack for Kevin Estre, and most uncharacteristic of a very talented driver, Bruce.
Yeah, absolutely. So he'd still be on the lead lap, I think, but only just. And bear in mind, he was duking it out with Jack Aitken to try and take 2nd place, so Porsche's works cars could run 1st and 2nd. Didn't see why he ended up going off. There'd just been the pit stop, turn 3, but it was just agony waiting for him to find some form of movement there, but he has got it done. But it's just a race every time the number 6 gets back in the mix. Bear in mind, this car was about 45 seconds down, 50 seconds down on the sister car. Full course yellow brought them back into the pack, and the desperation to get the move done to move into 2nd place, move past Jack Aitken, led to him bouncing across the grass not so long ago, going through the kink at turn 4, but this time it seemed to be all on its own, unless some video footage is produced otherwise.
Well, Kevin's doing his absolute best to try and warm up those front tyres by flicking the steering wheel to the left violently. He then rejoined and, yeah, back onto through the kink on the exit of pit road. Then just hits the brakes where he would normally have done so and just skates right off and then onto the grass. I think he was just clear of the tyre wall, but the car's moving around all over the place on these ice-cold tyres. It was a lock-up from the left and then on the front right as well, and he's desperately pumping the brake to make sure that it doesn't fully lock up, but just couldn't arrest the speed in time.
No, he couldn't. As he was trying to turn in the corner, he had the number 70 Inception Racing McLaren up the inside. Whether that just put him off and he just went off past his braking point, but the car is going again, the number 6 Porsche, but instead of being in third place challenging for second, he's down in sixth place. He's got 662 laps on the board. His race leader 663. That's Matt Campbell. So really, what are we looking at? 3 hours 40 minutes remaining in this 24-hour race, 24 hours of Daytona. And it's looking as though, well, hold on, there is still time for the pendulum to go the other way, still a time for a full course yellow to lead the pack, being closed right up. But I just want to check he hasn't fallen more than 1 lap down the race leader. No, he hasn't. He's just sweeping through to complete another lap around. That'll be 663 laps on the board for his car as well.
Yeah, the gap then from Matty Campbell now back to Estra, first to sixth, is 1 minute and 14 seconds. Our lap time around here, a real one, if you're pushing on, is 1 minute and 35. At the moment, they're doing 137s, 138. And Jack Aitken a touch slower than that first time around, because that was his outlap and he was allowing the Michelin tyres to get back up the temperature. But you think about the number of times that Estra will have gone into the International Horseshoe on cold tyres, and he'll be thinking, well, I know where to brake. You know, I've attempted to warm up the tyres as much as I can, abiding by the pit road speed limit. He was violently flicking the wheel to the left and to the right before he got back on the way to make sure that front tyre temp was vaguely up there. I mean, you know, it's not going to be until you've done probably 2/3 or maybe a full lap around here. But these world-class drivers can generally adapt to it. Whether he caught a bit of grease on the track or, I don't know, something, maybe some bit of coolant that had ended up on the offline there. Tricky to say, and maybe he might not even know what caused that problem. But then you've got to have, you know, peace of mind, a collection of thoughts to just say, let's not concentrate too much on the time I'm hemorrhaging here and try and get the car back into the race as quickly as possible. There was definitely an issue though locating reverse gear and then coaxing the gearbox back into first to pull away from the brakes.
Yes, I think yours is a very good point, and I think you're probably pretty much spot on in terms of a bit of liquid on the circuit, something slippery, because that, you know, the car just didn't want to turn in at all. At that point, he ended up just, but we wondered if he got close to the tire wall. Yes, about a foot was the distance between the nose of the car, but luckily he did get it going. But it really, you know, it could close up with another full course yellow if we're going to have one. The weather looks so it's going to hold still. The blue sky we saw earlier this morning, you can see little slivers of it, but it's largely a grey day. But importantly, the sky is no longer charcoal grey behind the main grandstand. So hopefully whatever rain was possibly coming through has moved on past, and we will have dry running to the end. Fingers crossed on that. But for Kevin Estra, all that experience, all the success he's had, this will be a moment that he will not want to remember at all. Let's hope from his point of view it's not one that denies them a podium finish, but he's down in 6th place. All 6 cars on the front stints, of course, are in GTP on the lead lap, but he's right at the tail of the lap. 20 seconds. If he lost 20 seconds more, he'd go a lap down, which we know is the ultimate thing you do not want to do, because a full course yellow would no longer bring you back into the mix if that was the case.
It's that time again for a round of GTD pit stops. The race leader, Wingward Racing Mercedes, into pit road. Shay Adams, so what service are they doing on the 57?
That's Joseph, and I'm actually at the Lexus in the second place car, and it is fuel and sticker tires for Aaron Thielen, staying aboard for another stint.
Okay, so Thielen's pitting from second after the contact to the 023 of, well, now Riccardo Agostini's car. It was Onofrio Triasi though at the time, and the 023 having to come fighting back again. Indy Donch's pit stop seems to be going a plan so far though, pitting after 616 laps. And if Joe's in the vicinity of the 57 crew, we should be able to get another CrowdStrike pit paddock report either during the pit stop or maybe quickly afterwards. There's been a driver change, in fact, there, as Doncha hands over to Phil Ellis. So if Indy is in conversational mood, might not be a bad idea to catch up with him after at least a couple of stints where he was really charging hard, especially that fabulous fight with Onofrio Triasi. Also, GTD Pro leader comes into pit lane, so Neil Verhagen staying out in the Paul Miller Racing BMW. He moves from second to first, but James Colano is in, Shea.
And he's staying in, so I'm going to grab him for a chat in just a few moments' time. A bit of a sticky gun, once again on that right rear of the racing company Ferrari. This was the brake change that they had issue with, was on that tire. But they managed to get all 4 tires changed, no harm, no foul, because the car is still up on the air jacks, waiting on the fuel to finish. Still up on the air jacks. There we go, now it drops down. Fuel nozzle is still attached. And we wait for the signboard to go. That's APG who's taking over. Alexander Pirquini.
So back into the office, he climbs, and it's a very familiar space indeed in a now year-old car, the Ferrari 296. Took a wonderful victory last year in GT3 format at the Nürburgring 24 hours around the Great Nordschleife circuit there in the west of Germany, and nobody quite saw that coming, because that's traditionally been a race dominated by the 4 big German manufacturers, and the 296 looking to try and get victory in GTD Pro here at Daytona in 2024, which again would be a superb result for a car early in its GT3 run.
Yeah, it was a bit of a fairy tale run, that period of June, because that was the first win for Ferrari in its sort of full return to sports cars, and then a far bigger win came in a 24-hour race just within the fortnight, and it was the Mans 24 hours, of course, which was the full official works return. But for the Fricadelli racing team, Klaus Amelin almost beside himself at the end of the race, where they took that victory in the Nürburgring 24 hours. But it's very, very busy in the pit lane, and Joe Brandley has caught up with the driver who had probably the best last hour in this race. His name is Indy Doncha. He's just out of the Winwood Racing Mercedes car, number 57.
Yeah, Winwood Racing, a very busy place to be at the moment. Indy Donchi, though, as you're smiling, Indy. That was a cracking stint. You enjoyed that?
Yeah, of course. It's tough racing out there, and we're fighting the Ferrari hard, and it was really difficult to pass him. I think it took me 6-7 laps where to catch him, and finally it happened, and yeah, really happy with that.
I think from where we were watching from, it looked like you saw the traffic coming to you, and you were thinking all the time.
Yeah, you have to make use of the traffic everybody has. Sometimes it's not in your in a negative way, sometimes in a positive way, and sometimes you need those things.
And have you logged where the Ferrari's strong, where it's weak, where you can do that again?
Well, on the straight they are pretty strong, but we are strong on braking. So I think it's a compromise. We are good in the infield, they are good on the braking. So let's see.
And you enjoyed that, didn't you?
Thank you.
I wish you could see his smile, boys. He's had a good stint.
Thanks, Joe, and I must say, I've probably known Indy for about nearly 10 years now. He's normally smiling, makes me laugh quite a lot. He's got that very dry sense of humour. You know, when you listen to the words coming out of his mouth, you think one thing, then you see the expression on the face and you realise he's just trying to put one over you. So we do always like drivers with a sense of humour, but clearly a very good right foot as well. But very interesting your question there, Joe, about the relative performance of the Ferrari versus the Mercedes. The Mercedes, a better known car in GT3 simply because the Mercedes AMG has been around a few years more, but the 296 Ferrari, it does look very sleek standing still, but that acceleration it has out of corners, it's very, very good in a straight line. So that's something that he will have to consider when he gets back in the car at some stage between now and the end of the race. We've got just over 3.5 hours remaining, and it's the 62nd running of the 24 hours, the Rolex 24 at Daytona International Speedway. Up front, it's still the number 7 Porsche leading the way, only by 4 seconds though from Jack Aitken in the 31 Cadillac. He's got Colton Herter in behind. Of course, you might have automatically thought, where's the number 6? If you've gone away for 15 minutes, you'll wonder why the number 6 Porsche isn't in 3rd place, challenging for 2nd, but an off-track moment onto the grass at turn 5 is why that has fallen to the back of the pack, back to 6th place overall in GTP, the last car on the lead lap. In LMP2 though, it's the world of Oricas, and it's Christian Rasmussen leading the way, number 80 entry. It's been going very well in these later stages of the race for Era Motorsport, and the young Dane Christian Rasmussen is doing precisely the job that's required of him, and he's starting to stretch clear. 14.5 seconds clear of Malte Jakobsen, so it's Dane and Dane. And then Tom Dillman 3rd in the car number 52 that's been running very well for Inter-Europol, run by PR1 Mattis, but right now it's all about the Era Motorsport car in P2, and in fact in P2 if you've got a lead of more than 4 seconds you're doing very, very well. The lead at the moment for him is sitting on about 14 seconds, 14 and a half seconds over Jakobsen.
Pato Award now driving the number 2 United Autosports USA car that he's taken over from Ben Handley in the Wins livery. Rasmussen, he's just said charging hard, he's just done the fastest lap in LMP2 to date. So 139.5 is the fastest that anyone has pedalled an LMP2 car in nearly 21 hours of action. Philip Ellis in the 57 has not long been installed there in the GTD class leading Mercedes, but he's just done that car's best lap of the race so far as well for Winward Racing. So nice new set of tyres being put to good use. It's still Matty Campbell leading after 670 laps in GTP and overall by 4 and a bit seconds over Jack Aitken as we get this CrowdStrike pit report from Joe.
Yeah, Ben Handley has just handed over the number 2 United Autosports Horeca to his teammate, current IndyCar superstar, Pato Award. I'm filling time here, guys, because I'm standing with Ben and now he's got into conversation. He's just had a chat with Richard Dean. Now he's having a chat with his engineer, Gary Robshaw. I'm not going to be rude and stick the mic under there, even though I know Gary very well. But I'm going to ask the question, which is what everybody's thinking about this number 2, and that is basically, I can see he's describing handling characteristics now to Gary. Very little we can do other than tyre pressures regarding that at this stage. But it's going to be all about getting this number 2 back on the lead lap, isn't it? And that's going to be Robert Shaw on the pit wall, using all that tactical news that we've seen the Le Mans class winning engineer do. Let's see if we can eavesdrop and get a bit of insight to what they're planning. Lots of gesticulation there. I can't really read it. It's kind of money gesticulation. I think Ben might be thinking, as he can I have a pay rise and we'll do the job. But yeah, it's going to be. Were you asking Gary for more money there? Were you? Because you're doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, we just had a little bit more of an unpredictable car compared to what we've had in the build-up to the race. So we're just trying to understand why that is, really.
Do you think that's down to the? Do you think that's down to the temperature's completely different? It's like a different month, not alone a different day.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this should suit us more. We kind of we thought we might struggle to start the race in the heat and we'd come alive towards the end, but we seem to be struggling. We had a brake issue for quite a long time, so everything was super hot on back there. So I don't know whether that's done some damage to something. But yeah, I mean, we're hanging in there. 3.5 hours left. There can always be yellows, you know.
Well, I was going to ask you
from last year, so I know that more than anyone.
Exactly, 30 minutes.
We've got to be in a position to be able to use that yellow, you know.
What I was going to ask you when I walked in here, is there anything that you guys could do to get yourselves back on that lead lap?
Well, I mean, we did a pretty good job getting in front of the CrowdStrike car, you know. That was for the get back on the lead lap, but then Rasmussen just seems to be that touch quicker than everyone else, so he's now jumped us, so that puts us now back behind the leader overall. So we got in a good position and then we've just lost it. There's still 3.5 hours. I mean, I'm considering how clean all the testing was. I'm surprised at how messy the race has been, you know. You know, the conditions have been pretty good, but there's been a lot of mistakes, so we've managed to keep clean. Just a little issue with the temperatures on the back there that might have.
Так, що там у нас з цієї Дейтона?
It's not bad. We just expect it to be a bit stronger, especially with the temperatures how they are today.
Always intriguing for us though, Ben. We love it. Let's head down to Shiadam, who's got the GTD Pro, I believe, came in from the
Акура вже третя, о, непогано. Так, йдемо на гонку, коротше. Блін, з цими гонками, блін, це просто піздець.
The end of a race car, which is good to know, but as we know, we've had our ups and downs. At one point we were completely in flames during the pit stop. luckily all the guys were okay with some minor issues, so yeah, I mean anything can happen, of course, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm happy with what the guys have done so far. Nice to be back in a GT. Definitely lower heart rate in a GT car, and yeah, let's see what happens at the end, but whatever happens, happens. I'm proud.
How much easier is the 296 to drive than the 488 was, because they were completely different categories of cars?
Yeah, I mean, they're very different. In all the years of Ferrari, 10 now, I've gone through a lot of cars. The 458 and the 488 were very similar. This is a lot different. It was more designed for quick repair. The quality of the car is a lot better. Not necessarily quicker, but it's an amazing car, and I think it's yet to show its full potential. We're working hard to try and improve it and to get some more race wins, because it deserves it.
You finished second here before. You know how awful it is to watch the watches being passed to someone else. How hard are you going to push in that final stint to get Ferrari their third major 24-hour victory in a calendar year?
Yeah, I've had a lot of podiums here. Never the win. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, it could be the same today. Whatever happens, I'm not really bothered. I'm just happy to be here and enjoy driving the race car.
Welcome back.
Бам!
Interesting comments there about, you know, being more
Так,
relaxed in a GT car. Obviously, in a prototype, you've got an awful lot of science on your side, pushing the car down on the road. So I would have thought hustling a GT car, particularly around this place, would have been a real bodily experience. But he's finding it more relaxing, James. But I suppose it's going back to what he's been used to for the majority of the decade he's been with Ferrari.
Yeah, entirely so. But you do automatically think if you're in, the GTD class against prototypes, you're going to be looking in your mirrors as well as looking forwards when you're trying to attack. Whereas if you're in a GTP runner, you just got to look at what's on the track ahead of you, because you're not going to be overtaken by another faster class of cars. But I think it's possibly they just feel like a comfortable pair of shoes for James. He's raced them for so long. Not just race them at the very, very top level. I mean, the success he's had, notably alongside Alessandro Piaghini, it's legend how many things they've gone through to win. But you know what, it's also driver mind management, isn't it? Tell yourself you're not too fast, you'll take what comes. But you saw how hard he was pushing when he was out on the circuit to get ahead of that GTD battle. It was just ahead of them on the track.
Так, поїхали квало, коротше.
Sight of 3 cars abreast going around the banking with James high above Onofrio Triazzi and down at the bottom Indy Donchi and the Winwood Mercedes as well. So he was pushing on, and I love the way he sort of rebuffed that he was out there just saving fuel. How to insult a driver, they're giving 100%.
Yeah, I was out of the throttle and just, using the momentum of the car to glide past you around the outside.
Cruise and collect, eh?
The 296 GT3 making its debut at the start of last year then, and as Shane made the point, Ferrari as a brand have already won the Nürburgring 24 Hours and Le Mans, of course, last June with the 499P. So within the same 12-month segment of which we are within until May of this year, this could be the third huge victory for the practicing horse. It's only the 296 GT3 that has some help from Orica, incidentally. Both the 499P prototype, the Le Mans hypercar, and this new GT3 car were designed and engineered by Ferrari. And Orica assembled the 296 GT3 and helped to provide service as well, whereas the 499P, Orica not involved with that at all.
A handful of years ago, if you talked about in a calendar year trying to win the Nürburgring, Le Mans and Daytona, well, it wouldn't have happened because I don't think a single
Ого,
team
яка вона
had done
пригуча.
all 3 of those races. But such has been the sort of reformatting of sports car racing in this boom time. We're now, with GT3 in particular being so strong, we do have drivers who will be in all 3 of those races in a calendar year. But before, they might as well have operated 20 years ago on different planets. So I really like the fact that drivers can go. Single-seater drivers often have like the holy trinity of what they try to win, and famously, of course, that it was always an estimation. Was it winning the Monaco Grand Prix, the more 24 Hours in the Indy 500? It was the hat trick, the golden, the triple crown. Of course, other people interpret it a different way. No, you're going to win the Formula 1 World Championship. But in terms of GT3 racing, if you win all those 3, I think we can perfectly easily and rightly call that the triple crown.
If you're in any doubt as to who is the star driver right now in GTD Pro, well, Sheldon van der Linde has just thrown down not one but two absolute best laps within that category. He did a 145.796 on lap 625. He's just crossed the line again and gone even quicker, down to a 45.771. The South African again.
Так. Блін, мені чомусь друге місце, номер другий дали, блядь. З моїм рейтингом, нахуй, мені не треба.
Interesting to see that number one Paul Miller Racing BMW can lap as fast as it can. We had a little bit of damage at the front, tanked down at turn 3 that pitched Nofio Triasi into a spin. That was a warning for the crew, don't do that again. But also the rear bodywork on the opposite flank of the car was a little bit battered as well, but much earlier in the race, so not quite as aerodynamically. Now the damage, I never really got to the foot. I'm just hearing Shay Adam from down in the pit lane saying the number one car was hit up the rear by the number 23 when they were coming to the pits overnight, which was the Aston Martin Heart of Racing team car running in GTD Pro. So, friends and enemies, eh?
Not sure whether Alex Riberas was at the wheel of the car at the time, but he is now in that Heart of Racing Aston Martin Vantage. It was Mario at the time I'm hearing, car 23, Mario Farnbacker.
That's right, yeah.
To the outside line, the Proton Competition Mustang sampling car of Alessio Picariello. His first major experience of a prototype at this level. Picariello coming onto my radar, although he was on yours well before that from his experience in Asia, although from Belgium originally, and then followed with the next probably 3 or 4
Так,
years.
треба спотер вимкнути, тому що взагалі нічого не каже мені.
With at least one title in the European Le Mans Series in the last handful of years, but
2020, I just happened to be looking at his statistics. He'd come back from racing in the Far East. It's a really strange career. Not many drivers leave Europe after a few years of single-seater racing and then head over to Formula Masters in China. But he kept his career going, did well enough in that, and started to make a name. And then when GT racing began to blossom over there, people looking for a co-driver. Oh, he's rather good. He knows the circuits, but he's done the rest and became very much a friend of Porsche. That's why he's moved up to the Porsche prototype program.
and to take me to it very naturally indeed, it seems. That Proton Customer 963
Привіт.
is the second best now of those new cars. There are 4 of them in the race. The Penske Motorsport cars were
Я, коротше, їхав на шляйфу.
coming out from a scheduled pit
Та
stop.
вбили мене.
Zero grip as he hit the brakes into the
Ну,
international
коротше.
horseshoe, couldn't stop the car in time, and as the number 7, which leads the race in the hands of Matty Campbell, comes out onto the
Тому
back
ця
straight,
херня.
he looks behind him, and it's going to be a long, long time before Dries Van Toor appears. Well, Kevin Estrie appears, I should say, out of that left-hander at Speedway turn
Да.
2. Now down in 6th position, but well clear of Dries Van Toor.
Вбили мене, потім я ремонтувався там, коротше, хвилин 12. Потім виїхав, знову вбився. Коротше, нічого цікавого.
Really did. And just to reiterate, for Kevin Estre, he lost the best over a minute with that rotation, and just the inability to get that number 6 Porsche going all over again. No such problems. Matty Campbell doing a fantastic job in
Стартував з боксів, але все одно.
Jack Aitken is remaining there or thereabouts, but with the problem for Herta, who've been pushing him very hard indeed. With him being removed, dropping down to 6th overall, that was a chance for Colton Herta to move up into 3rd. But since getting there, he's remained roughly 5 seconds down in the better place of the Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Acuras. It's the AR606. He's 9 seconds down on the race leader, but he's got a comfortable cushion of the best part of 20 seconds back to Alessio Picariello in that number 5 Proton Competition Porsche. So for now, it's sort of settled down into a little pattern among the GT4.
Тому я оце Дайтону транслюю, коротше. І херню страдаю. Ну, тут третє треба. Блін, дуже душить ця машина. О, трекшн нема.
Turns 2 and 3 and now onto the back stretch. This is the 57 Winward Racing Mercedes that has an 11-second lead over Vassar Sullivan's Lexus for Aaron Thielen.
Блін, заспокойся, чому він мене ображає? А, да, я ж тобі зробив вчора цей.
Boom.
Та вже ж зараз гонку потім подивимося. У мене, блядь, йобаний рейтинг цей, коротше. Я взагалі всрав все, що можна, блядь. Просто бісить все.
.14, it didn't go the distance. Nobody's gone the distance, but it dropped off some time ago. So for Vassar Sullivan, if they can at least get second place or maybe a potential win in GTD, then they will gain at least some reward for all their efforts in this event in Daytona.
Намагався їхати, нікого не трогати, блядь, і...
Tower Motorsports car, absolutely loving this event. It was Nick Damon who caught up with Scott earlier in the weekend, and he said this has been on the bucket list for quite some time, and he'd like to keep coming back to this.
Блокувати тільки русню їбану, якщо залізе, блядь. Чи ботів якісь, нахуй. Взагалі блокувати, це таке дорого.
And there's not a lot really that clashes with this. Only the Dubai 24 hours this year, and that's not by design. We should be back to the normal dates for 2025.
Ти бачив вчора цей F4? А, до речі, бачив, дивився цей 5 вайт від того типа. На Таладезі, історичному Наскарі. Там жах, конечно, я не знаю, ну, прям...
through the course of a year, but I just think it just keeps a driver sharp over the winter. It gives them something to focus on as they're going through the closed season, and an early start is definitely what they want. They're racing drivers. Yeah, they want to be on a track.
So the Tower car is running in third, ahead of the Riley of Felipe Massa, car number 74. And then Malte Jakobsen in the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car. Great chat that Joe had.
А що Дейтона? Ну, класно було. Дейтона клас. Ой, і не дивись, там, коротше, дві гонки фейл просто.
From the early stages, and there has been no let-up in the LMP2 scrap. All the more impressive to think how good that pace has been. There's still only 20-odd seconds separating Era Motorsport and now into Europol. With the Tower Motorsports car, though, finding time here and there on Tom Dillman. McLaughlin's experience behind the wheel of a prototype is you know, relatively slim on the ground, but obviously with all of his now more recent single-seater experience after a number of seasons in the IndyCar Championship, then you move from downforce car single-seater to downforce car double-seater, if you like, twin-seater prototype, then there's some comparable skills there, no doubt.
Yeah, no, certainly that is the case. Right, let's take a look at what's happening in the front of the race. Can I get people excited by saying that the gap is coming down, but Matt Campbell is still sitting on a lead of 4.2 seconds. That's a bit of a struggle to really, but it was a much better lap that time around for Jack Aitken. Again, traffic has no doubt come into play because certainly Matt Campbell's looking very comfortable leading this race for Porsche Penske Motorsport, sitting on, 4 seconds is sort of fine, but as we've seen, you have a few laps consecutively with traffic, then things can slow down. Now a driver just
Чи ти овал Дайтону?
Yeah, so that's the end of a pretty standard stint for Tower Motorsports. Also in is the Riley. We'll get to that in a mo, but it's 10:30 in the morning. It's time for a VP in race update. Matt Campbell leads in the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 by just under 5 seconds. This is lap 683 we're working. Jack Aitken for Cadillac and the Wayland team, the V-Series are running.
А де щось когось не вистачає тут на
Taylor racing with Andretti Acura ARX 06. Colton Herta remaining at the wheel there. Set for quite a bit of change in
старті.
LMP2 as
Ну ладно.
mentioned. The third and fourth place cars have just reached the end of their fuel stint, so they're now in. Scott McLaughlin for Tower and Philippe Massa for Riley. But it's still Christian Rasmussen who's really been setting the pace, holds on to the fastest lap within the category of 1:39.5. So Era Motorsport lead, car 18, into Euroball competition, and Tom Dillman in second, number 52, and Scott McLaughlin was third, but is now in pit lane. GTD Pro, Alessandro Pierguidi leads in the Risi Competizione Ferrari.
Бля, це ж йобаний, сука. Попереду, блядь, оце зелена хуїта. Русня єбана, щас я його винесу нахуй. Підарас. Ти диви, він ще, блядь, георгіївську стрічку, блядь, натягнув. Гандонище, блядь, єбане.
Joe was watching, well, those two LMP2 stops that we mentioned. And what about Christian Rasmussen? Is he your end for Era Motorsport?
Yeah, he's in now, Johnny. Whilst the Rasmussen car, the era number 18, is being refueled. Right, so we have the number 8 in ahead of the 74. Now remember the previous pit stop, McLaughlin chased down Massa off the pit apron. They came in from this pit stop in that reversed order. McLaughlin ahead of Massa, and they left the pit.
Але, блядь, треба його наздогнати, блядь.
Brand new unscrewed rubber went on both the number 8 Tower car and the number 74. So the team's maintaining a good collection of saved rubber to take these cars to the end. And the era car just left pit apron as well. Driver stayed on board in that one as well. So we are seeing the countdown to the checkered flag beginning to sort of show its head.
Now, one thing, thank you very much, Joe. One thing we'd like you to look out for as part of the CrowdStrike pit lane reporting crew is next time the Paul Miller Racing BMW that Sheldon Linder is hurling around the track, running second in GTD Pro, and that BMW has long been damaged to the right rear corner, but the bodywork is seemingly becoming ever more tattered and loose, so that may need a fair bit of attention. He's just 10 seconds down on class leader Alessandro Pierguidi's Risi Competizione Ferrari, but I think it might be a very good idea to get down and see it with your very own eyes. Well, the issue...
Сука, якщо я не загоню, я собі, блядь, не пробачу цього. Блядь, вони швидкі, сука. Ці два. Ох, підар, блядь.
Sheldon's only done 14 is a point, so maybe another 14 laps before it will need fuel.
Сука.
The team, of course,
Ну долбоёб, блядь.
about the bodywork and whether it's going to chew itself up before we get to the 27, 28
Нахуй.
marker. By the time which the BMW will need a bit more energy, although we're not really using that parlance within the GT ranks. It's just basic fuel still for those cars. But this, less so than Sebring, but Daytona is known as certainly a car breaker regarding the engine and transmission because they're having to work so hard on the really fast sections of the circuit. But the infield's certainly not too kind to a car that is suffering from flapping bodywork. Notice Tom Dillman's just come in with the number 52 car. There's been a driver change at inter-Europol competition. And Joe Bradley keeping a watchful eye on that and other things in the pit lane. Let's get another CrowdStrike pit report from him.
Yeah, the EO Racing 99, the car has come in. We've had a change of driver.
What the fuck?
From the car. The tyres have stayed on the car. Now, this is not a tactical, any sort of tactical reason that the tyres have stayed on the car and having the double stint. I think that's been led by the fact that this car hasn't got any air jacks.
На коло, ну це, бля, взагалі буде.
A little bit more time than they'd like. So that this decision of keeping the tyres there, what we would normally see is when you change the drive, you might as well change the tyres. That's not what we've just seen on the 99. So we'll see how those tyres last.
And it's tough being the new driver.
Так, окей.
We don't really know what Paul and Chatham's been doing with that set of tyre. Let's hope he's not been wringing the neck off them. But Alex Quinn in the 99 heading back out onto track with some rather second-hand tyres, it seems, sadly. Pietro Fittipaldi getting on board the 52 car I mentioned for Inter-Europol by PR1 Matheson Motorsport. That car in turn slips back behind the Era Motorsport car of Conor Zilic. So Zilic has just taken over as well from Christian Rasmussen after a fine double stint. And let's see whether Zilic can match the sort of times that the Dane was doing. As the number 81 car heads through the backstretch chicane. That's the Dragon Speed car for the man from Barbados originally, Kiffin Simpson. And rounding speedway turn 3, or 4 rather, just at that time being swamped by Jack Aitken in his all red and black rear of the Whelen Engineer Cadillac V-Series R, which is desperately trying to hang on to the coattails of Matty Campbell, who leads the race.
Yeah, the gap is 7.9 seconds, so it's going out always in favour of the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. However, we know what we've got left, just over 3 hours remaining in this race. We saw everything batch back up. Last time there was a full course yellow, and if you don't know why that was caused and triggered, it was because the bodywork, the rear engine cover came on, and some of the rear bodywork came off that Short Reach Motorsport Ligier and was parked just off the banking towards the end of the lap. After it had come off somewhere after the chicane. We thought it must have been before and couldn't find it when we were looking for it, because clearly the driver on the board at that time, Nolan Siegel, went a further lap and went past the pit in and had to carry on for another lap with no bodywork pretty much behind the driver's head. The rear wing was still there, but the bodywork and the dorsal fin was no longer with the car.
Around the world on RS2 IMSA radio, here at the track. Still to go. That's 3 hours, 3 minutes and 3 seconds. I think that earlier on as well.
11, wasn't it?
It was on that occasion. Just to have a sort of handy knack of getting to the clock when they are easy numbers to remember and tally up with. Anyway, Sirius XM.
Та що він такий повільний? Ладно, поїхали ще на піт.
Obviously, we will keep you entirely up to date with what is set to be an even more intense fight in all 4 classes to the checkered flag. But the checker indicates purely the end of the race, but the start of the conversation and the post-race look back. So it'll be Michelin post-race tech to round up our coverage from Daytona for 2024, and that all kicking off shortly after the checkered flag this afternoon. But it's mid-morning in Florida and still plenty of cloud cover above the raceway. When we get to 11 o'clock, I'll be pretty confident to say that the major threat of rain will have disappeared, because there was about 3% chance of rainfall between 11 a.m. and 1:40 the end of the race this afternoon. Car 23, I'm hearing from Shea, is heading into pit lane, and that is the Alex Riberas Art of Racing Aston Martin that tagged the back of the number 1 BMW in the dead of night. So Shea is watching this pit stop.
It's fuel and tires for Alex Riberas, but yes, the hood is actually popping up quite significantly. They do have 100 mile an hour tape.
Ну, треба, щоб виглядало якось красиво ж.
The tank is actually big enough to really do very much of anything. There is a great deal of air that is being pushed underneath the hood. It's lucky that it hasn't come up yet. The latches are doing their job. Alex, no, Johnny Nott from the pit lane officials going to go have a quick chat with the team and make sure that they're happy with the work that they've done.
Yeah, certainly that's been rising by a good couple of inches for the last stint. So it sounds like me trying to wrap some Christmas or birthday presents. Never quite enough tape to hold the paper down.
You need a larger sheet before you start beginning the job. A well-deserved slurp of water for Colton Herter, who's just come in the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Acura. So that another pit lane report with CrowdStrike from Shea Adam, and there'll be a whole host of those between now and at the end of the race, which is now just 3 hours away as we tick by past 10:40 in the morning. And if you're in a class where cars can roughly do an hour, that's rather helpful now for your back timing purposes, although often in a 24-hour race you've got so far out of that pit on the hour rhythm, you have to kind of rework the spreadsheet with every lap that is ticked off. 20 laps into Phil Ellis's stint in the 57 car, likewise for Aaron Thielitz.
Так, як це зробити?
Lexus. Mike Skeen pitted a lap before that in the number 32 caught off Preston Motorsports Mercedes. And I still think the better part of another 10 laps for Alessandro Pierguidi, slightly more for Sheldon van der Linde in the Paul Miller Racing BMW in the GTD Pro category. It should be the Ferrari that pits of those three first, and probably 2 laps before Sheldon van der Linde. But the one factor that might change things in the Paul Miller Racing
Типу я пропускаю.
Just starting to work its way up the car. It's not just the very back of it. It's heading towards the C pillar now, and the team will be keeping, and the spotter, by the way, high up in the grandstand, high up in the World Centre of Racing building. We'll be definitely looking at that through the binoculars. Dean and Paul to give them their mentions on the spot. Dean Cole. Shay's desperately trying to make me more knowledgeable than I am.
Не знаю.
We got there in the end. Dean Cole, the Paul Miller Racing BMW spotters for this race. And Sheldon van der Linde is difficult to spot.
Бля, погано, що...
He's been laying down. He still hangs on
так.
to the fastest lap within that category.
Right, I'm thinking that Jack Aitken will have to pit this lap. He's only got 5% energy still to use. 10% energy for the race-leading number 7 Porsche. A short while ago, I thought they were on exactly the same amount, but maybe one further lap for the number 7 Porsche, and that has stretched its advantage to 9 seconds. So little by little, Matt Campbell has been building a bit.
Я думав, о, блядь. Прикинь, я... Я не знаю, коротше, це русня чи ні, але, коротше, я перепутав цей значок Йокогама з буквочкою У і цим георгіївською стрічкою. Блять. Не знаю, хто це.
Shea Adam with the CrowdStrike pit report there, and a very busy time, as it always is towards the end of a GTP segment. A cursory glance over the right shoulder from Nick Tandy, who is making sure that the fast lane is nice and clear, and he will now round the corner. Got to be careful though now on the outlap. Doesn't want to repeat Kevin Estra's escapades down at the International Horseshoe as Nick pulls those belts nice and tight and heads back out onto the racetrack in the number 6.
Yes, on small elements, things and races, 24-hour races, can pivot on just tiny moments. But bear in mind, not too long before Kevin Estra had the pit stop from which he emerged and went off at turn 5, he was bouncing across the grass at turn 4, went round the outside of the Forte Racing Lamborghini while he was challenging Jack Aitken in the number 31 Whelan Engineering Cadillac. That didn't cost him too much time. managed to recover, close in, and then just as he was trying to pass again, of course, he had the pit stop and out of the pit stop and off the track. But effectively a minute loss, and that has really, really hurt the number 6 car. And it does seem the pendulum of fortune has favoured the number 7 in the latter half of this race. Here, the 62nd running, Johnny, and therefore when the pit stop is served, a number 7 car coming in as if on cue with just over 9-second advantage over Jack Aitken's Cadillac.
So Matt Campbell and
Ага, диви, коротше. Видно, не видно чи? А, не видно, зараз, секунду.
9.5 seconds separating them at the end of lap 690. So we will easily go north of the 700 lap marker, but we're going to be well short of the 2020 distance record.
Блін, коротше.
33 laps.
Зараз, секунду. Вироблю цей. Ось, бачиш чат справа? Олег питає, Андрей, ПТН, ПНХ?
A very special year, 2020, which followed a difficult one in 19 when we were fighting the weather here in Florida. Thankfully, no weather arriving just yet, as now the 31 car is back on the move. And that big 5.5 litre naturally aspirated Cadillac engine, you can hear in the background there, sitting just about, and it's a tight squeeze to get that lump into this chassis. But a glorious sound it makes, and has made a lot of fans this weekend, I'm sure. Heading back out onto the racetrack goes the number 7 of Matt Campbell for Penske Motorsports, and Tom Blomqvist now taking charge from Jack Aitken of the number 31 Whelen Engineering car. Third position, Colton Herta. Remember, he pitted a lap ago. Alessio Picariello and Phil Hansen have been in recently as well in the customer 963s, as Shay was reporting. And Dries Van Tor is the last, I think, of that gaggle of 8 GTP cars to need a pit stop, although sadly the BMW's a long, long way back now, about 13 laps away from the race-leading Porsche.
Yeah, really what's happened in the last hour or so is the fact that the other BMW that was 8 laps down has fallen back, so that on the same lap, or just 1 lap ahead, Dries Van Tor in 24 of Conor De Filippi in 25. So 25 is the one that's had 2 hits of trouble, whereas for 24 it was all in one go when Dries Van Tor wasn't able under cover of darkness to continue into turn 6. Took a while, hooked the car up, towed it in, but not in, because the strap came off and the car was left sitting on the track pretty much at the exit of turn 2. And eventually had to be put on a flatbed. All the time went missing there, but ironically, before and after the pit stops, the BMWs were going very well indeed. When I say the pit stops, I mean the times they spent in the pit garage getting sorted out.
О, бачиш? Так я ж Олегу пишу, я не цьому.
Again, good speed from a couple of GT cars. The first of those, Kyle Marcelli in the number 45, which is the other Wayne Taylor racing car that we've not mentioned a great deal about in the entry. Remember the 2 Acuras, but there's also a Lamborghini Huracan driven by Kyle Marcelli that's just done its fastest lap of the race, a 147.7, and a good half a second faster than that. Alex Riberas now in the 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin, which runs as a GTD Pro car. 4th position in that, and ordinarily you would think, well, that's quite a good position to be at this 21-hour marker. The problem is, if you're not in the top 3 in GTD Pro, you've had a nightmare basically, because it's really strange to see that pro lineups that far down in 30th, 31st, 32nd position. A reminder, I suppose, that there's actually nothing different technically wise between a GTD and a GTD Pro car. It's purely on the driver lineup, but we've got stories galore of driver combinations with AMs in them doing a heck of a lot better than the pros. Yeah, it just means that we've got GTD pros in 17th, 18th, 19th, then the next block of 10 positions from 20th, which is Phil Ellis in the Winwood Racing, and Mercedes down to 29th, which is car number 43, which is the Andretti Motorsports Porsche, all ahead of 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th in GTD pros. So yes, it's been a class that's been troubled, and up front
Зараз подивимося.
are the troubles over for Alessandro Pierguidi or more to the point, James Collado was a little bit cagey about what he expected from the rest of the race, but sitting on an advantage in that class over the number one Paul Miller Racing BMW, the car with the tattered back rear right-hand corner. And we'll wait to see if that gets fixed during the next pit stop, or do they need to fix it? But it certainly has become more ragged and therefore slightly more of a distraction for the driver, one would suggest, when they're trying to use all the aero they're looking for high on the banking here at Daytona.
Just hearing of another official retirement. The Nolan Seagull car has been out for quite some time for Sean Creech Motorsport, that Ligier that lost its rear deck, and then a lap or a lap and a half later they have the engine cutting out, so it actually caused a full course yellow. Not the car stranded out on track, but the piece of bodywork which was significant on the...
Я не знаю, що шукати, я буду, що...
Speedway turns 3 and 4. Well, that number 33 car is now officially out, which is a real shame. It's the only Ligier called a Ligier in the race, Ligier LMP2, JSP 217, and it's not going to make the finish. Also, a bit of stats that could be interesting if Tom Blomqvist is able to get ahead of Matt Campbell and take victory for Whelen Engineering Cadillac, because it will be 3 in a row and will tie Elio Castroneves for the most wins in a row as well.
А я звідки знаю, з якої він ліги, взагалі з якої він держави. Я просто подумав, що... Я чисто... Короче. Всрав гонку, блядь, ну, короче, пизда рейтингу. Ще й забанять, блядь, цьому. Так, ладно.
Don't know why you needed to ask, frankly. I should have remembered that, but there's been
Так, ну, короче, повний пиздець.
From year to year, which does rather change quite a lot, and there's some other racing going on around the world in between, which takes the attention. Now, out of the second of the horseshoes goes the race leader Matt Campbell. He's got 9 seconds.
Наскар, автоклуб.
That as a challenge to whittle away at. We're 6 laps away from the 700 lap marker, and here is Joe with a CrowdStrike pit report.
Now, I'm not sure whether I saw the number 1 on the All-Team 3 Triati Ferrari.
Не готувався.
I think the leading Ferrari
Бля,
is
ебать.
this one as it's come in for a pit stop. Driver staying on board, tyres going on are... now that is a set of already scrubbed tyres. No, sorry, I was wrong.
Так, а де...
Now, and they are very, very glossy. Got a lovely glossy sheen that will be scrubbed off by the time it gets to the pit out. Car still on the jacks, drops off the jacks now.
Ну, автоклуб, я не знаю, я не пам'ятаю, як там їхати, коротше. Але зараз спробуємо.
A lot of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters have the pre-race instruction to stop talking and just shove the microphone as close as possible to the engine bay or the exhaust.
Так, що там... Стоп.
And we've had plenty of that in the 62nd edition of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. RS2 IMSA radio around the world. We're also broadcasting a course here at the track on 107.9.
Десь так, 2 мільні чи 1,5 мільні, півторашка. Щось таке. Так, Каділак. Акура. А Порш 5 номер їде. Так, Олімпі 2. Ой.
I mean, it's been an amazing race, I think, for all classes. So, you know, every year coming back there, it seems to get better and better, bigger crowds. But, you know, we came within 19 minutes of finishing.
Ну, хрена, зараз спробуємо.
And had a gearbox failure, so long way to go. I know everybody says that I'm down to panic, but you know, what we're trying to do is manage the pace at this point. Christian's going to get back in.
Ну, Феррарі виграє.
Definitely got the legs this weekend on me, so we're going to put him in for the finish. And
GT Pro, GTD Pro, Феррарі виграє, тому що тут дуже потужна команда. Так.
yeah, I I mean, I remember when I first, I sound old now, but when I first started doing endurance racing, it was managing the equipment, but the cars are so well built now, and especially the P2 cars, so detuned to what is capable of running. With, you know, we can run at more power, more RPM. So it's kind of overbuilt. You know, obviously there was a couple of early failures, which was kind of unusual for the motors in these, but everybody's running very similar stuff.
Філіппе Маса їде на LMP2, він їде. Я, правда, не знаю, на якому місці, в якій він команді, чесно. А, він, до речі, наче зараз їде. LMP2, так. П'єтро Фіттіпальді. О, Філіппе Маса в класі на 5-му місці. Їде на LMP2. Це 74-й номер. Так.
What we did expect is that more of the other customers, which other manufacturers actually, which had unfortunately some issues with their cars, we expected them to be in the race. But the customer as such, we actually really expected to be in the race as well. But having so many Porsches up front, that was not up to our expectations, to be honest.
JDC, Miller Motorsport have done such a great job with their car, as have Proton with the Mustang sampling Porsche. How surprised are you to see how quick their development has been?
I mean, the teams they do, it's a big task to get them up and running with the 963 because it's quite a complicated car. But these guys, they're doing a tremendous job. You know, they have the engineers and everybody ready, and yeah, in the race they learn very, very quick about strategies and everything, and it's nice to see how.
Так, поки вантажиться. Блін, я навіть не встигну, коротше, потренуватись. Я зараз.
There's a technical support, obviously, and then the setup is up to the customers. Because that's something they do by their own, but again, they do a great job with this one. If somebody would be really on the back foot and they would really somewhere, yeah, they would go somewhere in a direction which doesn't make sense, then we will go and say, hey, look, that doesn't really make sense. But other than that, they are on their own and they do a great job.
The one car has 4 factory drivers. The second car, the JDC car, has no factory drivers from Porsche. What's the thinking behind Porsche trying to step in and say, let us help you at least with this?
I mean, these are discussions we do internally, and the driver lineup is something JDC, and actually they have a really good driver lineup. They don't really need help from the manufacturer on this one, but the drivers, that's something we discuss internally, and again, those teams, they do a great job even there.
It's 3 separate teams, 3 separate programs, Porsche overseeing all of them, but you're not sharing information with each team. It is still its own separate thing, correct?
We do not share setup information in between, but we obviously do share technical information. So if something happened with technically, if a bolt comes loose or anything like this, we have one common open points list where all the open points, all the issues come into. It doesn't matter whether it's a works or a customer car, but setup again, it's up to the teams really.
Thank you so much for a few minutes, sir. It's very interesting to chat with you. There's crowd of the factory, LMDH president.
And that's Shay with actually what turned out to be a double CrowdStrike pit report with Joe Bradley before that. And tremendous work. Thank you, Shay. A really insightful interview about the Porsche 963s, whether in factory hands or in customer hands. We're at a minute to 11 o'clock. Delighted to welcome back John Hindhoff to the Global Broadcast Centre. We're nearing the really important hours in this now, but I'm still guessing as to who's going to be taking. Who's going to be taking these watches at the end of it? Go on.
What are the important hours? That's the joy, isn't it, of this type of motor racing? Was it the first hour? Was it something in the middle of the night when someone got a lap back?
Так,
I don't know. We've got our BDO Knows Strategy Award to think about as well. Bruce Jones, your impressions of what you've seen in this 60-second running of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. Does the formula work for a first question?
Absolutely it does. About, I suppose, an hour and a bit ago now when we had the release from the full course yellow, we had some absolutely brilliant scrapping in all
Ой, Toyota оновили.
around the banking. you know, that will stand with me for a long time because the drivers in the GT3 class.
Тойотку оновили, бо я не бачу. Ого.
I got slightly mad there for a second. The Winwood car, of course, with Indy Doncha pushing so hard on Onofrio Triazzi, and it was just so enticing, just seeing where they could place the cars, where the advantage was for each of the manufacturers. So that's I always love. The prototypes always catch my attention. I think it's looking set fair. I think I'd say if I was wondering whether to wear a raincoat when heading out.
JP, your thoughts from what you've seen? You've watched an awful lot
Так.
of endurance racing. You're out, voice of the FIA World Endurance Championship on Individual Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. This race has got real international feel now. It's back to its very best, isn't it?
Totally. Everyone wants the Daytona 24 hours in their calendar first of all, and then in the trophy cabinet afterwards. I love the fact that over all sorts of different disciplines, you know, Scott McLaughlin shouting like crazy to Nick Damon earlier on in the weekend that he'd been desperate.
Щось я хуєваю, якщо чесно.
He comes from a touring car background, very much on an IndyCar nowadays, and every corner of the world is recognising this race as one to be at and then one to succeed at.
Thanks, guys, for joining us in the Global Broadcast Centre. I think you'll be clear to the end of the race. Have a good one. That is Johnny Palmer.
Так, перекидаю, коротше. Поки перекидаю, треба дещо зробити.
Daytona Night Owls in the wee small hours. Johnny didn't manage to wreak that much havoc with the yellow flags, Peter.
I told you to have faith.
I did.
It was in safe hands.
It was.
Very
it did.
safe hands indeed.
Just want to say very good luck to Henry Keck, who's having to miss the end of the race to go and play with a very pump basketball game. He's been listening to IMSA radio all night.
Ой, так,
He's
пішли тренуватись зразу, бо я їбу. Я вже забув, як воно їде це.
Team win. We'll get the full story, I'm sure, at some stage. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch, welcome back to the Global Broadcast Centre to Jeremy Shaw, who has been enthralled with these battles in all 4 categories. 11.5 seconds between first and second in GTP, 8.5 in LMP2. What a scrap that's been between Era and the 04 CrowdStrike Algov racing car. GTD4 just under 50 seconds and around about the same GTD. And yet, we've still got effectively a full WeatherTech sports car race to go, Jeremy, before we can wave the flag and hand out the watches.
Yeah, about a bit less, you're right. 2 hours and 38 minutes, 45 seconds. So, yes, fantastic road race, just tremendous. And up on the front, yeah, unfortunately, looking really strong at the moment, but can actually be in 11-12 seconds. They can go in the course of this last stint from the manufacturer.
Боже, такий слизький. Так. Так, їдемо квалу, коротше. І заодно тренуємося.
Over the course of the last 20 laps, it's actually gone from 3 seconds to 10. And then Nick Tandy, who's charging along in that number 6 car after that mistake by Kevin Estra. And he's been the quickest car on the track now for quite a while. That's Nick Tandy. The battle in LMP2, John, there's 5 cars there on the lead lap. Scotty McLaughlin is the guy who's moving there, getting closer now to the edge of Fittipaldi. Still in 4th position is the Tower Motorsports entry. It's been a really fantastic battle between those 5 cars. Number 1804, which is down in the pit lane, 52, 8 and 74.
Just a thought as well, don't forget that
Що таке? Що мені пише щось? О, блядь, цей. Спотер, бля, я спотер.
power usage, as well as the little whoopsie that we saw. Nick Damon is watching the 2nd place LMP2 car. This is the Algarve Pro Race crowd strike machine.
Yeah, the crowd strike number 4 came in. It was a completely full service mouth. Jackson got it out of the car.
Ну і було що?
Might be able to get a grab and work with him almost immediately. It was a pretty standard service. He's much faster than the car to get his hat off. It's way too many bits, but the hands device seems to get caught around everything.
А де Василь? Нема Василя? Я не бачу.
So on this 0-4 crowd strike, it's a real fight out there for me to isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's super tight out there right now. Now Jordan just got back in the car.
Навіщо скидувати? Ну.
Yeah, it's tricky out there right now.
Тут не треба скидувати.
Like even the GT cars and GTP cars as well, you see that they start to fight a bit more. So in the traffic, you need to be a bit more cautious because you know the others will be more aggressive, but still you need to move forward and go for it.
And we've had a real change in the weather. The humidity's dropped quite a lot. Is that affected how the car feels on this track surface?
I mean, for us, I think it's a slight advantage that the temperatures have increased a little bit here since the night, but it's definitely cooler compared to yesterday. So
Блять.
not that we're struggling during the night, but we're able to be more loose on the car.
А що з коробкою, блять?
Under 3 hours to go. Do you get back in the car? You finish or is that your work done for the race?
I'm not 100% sure yet, but yeah, we'll see what David figures out with the strategy.
Excellent. Jackson out of the 0-4 crowd strike element.
Я не можу перемикнутись вниз. Блін, я цю машину, коротше, в мене налаштування змінилось. Налаштування змінилось на Position 17. Ладно, йдемо. О, я нажимаю на вниз на цей перемикання вниз, а воно повертає голову. Блять. Не скидується. Так.
NASCAR, when we used to get the highlights on the live show in the UK, sadly we don't get that anymore now. This has been enthralling, hardly able to pull ourselves away. Even when I went for a quick snooze in the front seat of the BMW X1, had the radio on, listening to the dulcet tones of our night owls, keeping me in touch. There's nothing you'd put your house on here at all. Not any of the top places in any of the classes, Peter.
Impossible to call. Impossible to call. And we, of course, heard there about the presence of the Porsche customer teams. I think they've been incredible. JDC, you know, a team here in America that bought one of these cars as a customer. They kind of had to go on their own, such is the life of a customer team. And what a lineup they put together. Some great drivers of varying backgrounds too. When you think about it, they've all come from a slightly different place, and they're there on the lead lap. And if you're on the lead lap with 2.5 hours to go, you are in the hunt for this motor race. Make no mistake about it. Likewise, the number 5 Mustang sampling. Great to have Mustang sampling back in IMSA with a Porsche.
Ну ладно, що, спробуємо потім, я не знаю. Блін, Toyota оновили трохи машину, вона якось...
The estimated SOS is 2,284.
A
lot of opportunities today. Head down. Pick your battle.
We're Taylor Racing, the
much delayed car after that new wiring loom was put in, just running a bit long in turn.
Так, треба обережніше.
Outlap, but no harm, no foul. Got passed by the 85 JDC Miller Porsche. Nick Damon can square
19-й, блин.
stories we've been following in this crowd strike.
Yeah, kind of apt because the number 4 Corvette has come to a stop and is being fueled and is having its tyres put on. Okay, so number 4 Corvette, that was doing the best. That went behind the wall. That had a power steering problem.
Ох, Мустанг який крутий.
You have 2 additional sets of tyres for this race. Smooth and have a good run.
Трохи оновили, бачу, тачки. Морда у Мустанга змінилась. Тойотка змінилась. Шеві я не бачу щось. Можливо.
One lap to green. Line up on the inside. Closed. Pit road is closed.
New shoes to try and hide his claws. And a new driver, Michael Christensen, who's gotten aboard the car that came in from 3rd place in the GTV Pro category. Also into the pit lane, the Riley, number 74 LMP2 machine. This is a driver change. We've got Felipe Massa out, Felipe Fraga in, and 4 tires that are new, but they have been scrubbed. So they've got a little bit of experience.
Не знаю, можливо моделі просто, тобто це оновили трохи. Так, 40 кіл, да?
About to go green. Stay focused.
Sean Jakes enjoying the 24-hour race in Bedford. Building some Lego and of course coming to Sunday after
Green, green, green.
racing. An interested spectator mark of few words.
Car outside. Still there. Go low. Clear. Outside. Still there. Clear up top. Car outside. Outside is clear. Car outside. Still there. Hold your line. Still there. The leader's heading now. Still there. Hold your line. Cheap road.
So, you know, it really is honest with the Ferrari brand. And Giuseppe Risi, what a true racer.
Clear outside if you want it. Car outside. Go low. Outside clear. Car outside. Still there. Hold your line. Clear outside if you want it. Outside. Still there, hold your line. Clear up top.
Answer no. There was a right front damage to the guy but apparently he's got the left under radioed in, so it was making a difference. So not only did they change the notice, they changed the driver, Scotty Matthews out, and now it's Bernie Habsburg. And also in the pit lane is the Era Motorsport LMP2 machine. This is another double stint for Connor Zillage. They are using him up today. Exhausted for the rest of the week, but he's giving his everything to Era Motorsport to try and win his first Rolex in his first ever IMSA race.
That's pretty standard. Those still going in, not standard. Back down the pit lane. The 65 Ford Mustang.
New back flat for you. Outside. Still there, hold your line.
It looks like a sports car with one of
Go
those
low.
offset rear wheels, except it's going in the wrong direction. That will have to
Clear outside.
nice round the turn track.
just noticed that as well. It's I don't know if it's support. It must be support giving way. There's no other car high enough to break that. Those actual real wing sports are quite interesting because they're very, very fucking long. They actually, at the moment,
Пиздець, який я повільний. Ну,
The car inside just sets back left of it. Stay high to the car on the low side. That car is a lap down. Clear inside. Inside. Clear. Car inside. Clear. Inside. Still there at bottom. Still inside. Still there. Still inside. Still there at bottom. New fast flat for you. You're up top, 3 wide. Inside, 2 wide. Still there, inside. Still there, hold your line. Clear inside. Inside. Still there, hold your line. Still there at bottom. You're up top, 3 wide. The yellow flag is out. Line up, single file. Pit road is closed right now. Catch start, 14. Car. Catch start, 10. Car. Catch start, 14. Car. Pass the pace. Car. Catch start, 14.
щось не так я роблю. Щось я не так роблю. Наче да, 4-та краще, але щось не так. Якщо ти дивився, то скажи, будь ласка, так, їдуть вони чи ні? Їду, да?
Were tied at the 18-hour mark, but the 70 car has had some difficulties later in the race, so the odds now in favour of the quarter of Preston team, which won the MEC last year very impressively. Trials de Competizione also have a really good race so far, 9 points
right here.
for them. The manufacturers at GTD,
коло 10.
points, McLaren 11 and Ferrari 10.
Краще скажи, як вони їдуть? Ну, тобто на 4-й, але вони ріжуть чи по зовнішній їдуть?
the rotation for our crowd strike pit report.
You only have one tyre set remaining. Line up, single file. Catch up, 5, car.
Fantastic information. Some really good interviews this year. I said a month or two ago, hospitality, we've got a very strong contender already for race of the year in this event so far. Even more so for event of the year. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, in terms of what we've seen on the track.
Ну, вже...
Super exciting. Any of the races that we had even...
Ну да, логічно.
was worth the price of admission, surely.
Oh, the two Mazda MX-5 Cup races, the Wayland Mazda MX-5 Cup were just thrilling from start to finish. They always are here at the Daytona International Speedway. But then one of the real, is it the surprise package? I'm not sure. It was certainly a cracker of a motor race in the BMW M Endurance.
One lap to green. You'll be lining up on the inside.
With the most tense fuel mileage game, at which it ended up going to the way of
Catch up, 25 car.
Amazing final stint from Riley Dickinson, a proper sports car factory driver-esque final stint when you really need to be quick and use very little fuel. It was really impressive and well deserved.
Просто я бачу, що тут всі їдуть по зовнішній, тому я так, ну і якщо різати, ну, якщо зміщатись на сайт в Апексі, то дуже нестабільно вона є на виході. Це ж fixed setup, я розумію, правильно, якщо? А ні, Chevy не оновляла, я бачу. Chevy як була така, так і залишилась. Toyota трохи оновили. Ну, в принципі, да. Ну, це треба дивитися. Бачиш, він нормально цей.
Get ready, going green.
They've done a lot of testing, but of course they haven't run with a whole bunch of cars running together.
The pace car is in. Green flag, green flag. You're in the top 20. The leader is running 43.282. Car outside. Still there. Stay low. There is a car on the high side. Stay low. Clear up top. Outside. Still there, hold your line. Outside is clear. Outside.
Come on now.
Stay low, there is a car on the high side. Still there. Clear high. Just keep hitting your mark. Outside. Stay low. Stay low. Clear up top. Outside. Stay low.
Ні, так не можу.
Clear outside. Car outside. Outside clear. Outside. Stay low. There is a car on the high side. Stay low.
Almost. Almost.
Outside is clear.
Sorry, can't keep out.
Outside. Stay low. There is a car on the high side. Outside is clear. Inside. Still there. Still there, hold your line. You're in the middle, 3 wide. Clear outside, 2 wide. Keep high. Keep high. Still there, inside.
We've had a lot of conversations about it.
Stay high, there's a car on the low side. Clear inside.
We don't ask for advantage, and neither do we want a disadvantage. We just want a level playing field, and the rest will be decided on the track. Which is nonsense. It's almost like a close time. That
Inside.
must be a major advantage.
Keep high.
Yes, it's a good policy. It's just a
Clear.
new family of Ferraris. But really, it's okay. It's maybe a little more fragile. The 48 was a very good race car. Very good car.
Inside.
But this car
Still
is,
inside.
I think
Clear inside. Car outside. Keep low. Clear outside if you want it. Car outside. Still there, hold your line. Stay low, there's a car on the high side. Stay low. Stay low, there is a car on the high side. Clear, car outside. Still there, hold your line. Still there, hold your line. Stay low, there is a car on the high side. Outside is clear. Car outside. The lead consider 41.292. Still there, hold your line. Stay low, there is a car on the high side. Clear outside if you want it.
Yes, after 2 years, Ferrari will have this whole season again. In the World Endurance Championship.
Inside.
And sort out all the problems.
Still there, hold your line.
Potential the car would have. And then,
Still there at bottom. Still there at the bottom. Clear inside. Inside. Keep high. Clear inside.
Ah. Whoa, 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 whoa. Блять. Дуже погано.
Outside. Still there, hold your line. Still there, hold your line. Stay low, there is a car on the high side. Clear outside if you want it. Outside. Still there. Stay low. Clear up top. Car inside, 20 laps to go. Still inside. Stay high.
In terms of the strategy and the way we run.
Clear inside. Car inside. Still there at the bottom. Clear. Car inside. Still there at the bottom. Still inside. Still inside. Still there at the bottom. Clear. Stay with them, we're not going to work with this. Get up to the track in front. Outside. Stay low, there is a car on the high side. Clear high. Outside. Stay low, there is a car on the high side. Clear. That car is a lap down. Inside. Clear. Inside. Stay high, there's a car on the low side. Clear. Inside.
Поплили, хлопці, поплили, поплили.
Still inside. You're up top, 3 wide. You're up top, 3 wide. Still there, still there. Still there. Inside, 2 wide. Clear inside.
Да, гуму треба економити.
You're in the top 20. Outside. Clear.
That's my rating.
Yep, that was nice.
The leader just did a 41.623. Inside. Still inside. Slow car down low. Stay high, there's a car on the low side. Clear, go high. Caution, yellow flag. Line up, single file. Pit road is closed right now. Just keep hitting your mark. Left 12. Car by. Past 26. Car.
29 коло. Що не видно? Блять.
Catch star 25, car.
29 коло.
Every year we ask the teams, or IMSA ask the teams to do as much
Hey,
if
where's
not
the A
more
car?
with less resources.
Що, із-за цього Дейтони не видно цей прилетів, да? Блять.
Which they're talking about in the race, and you're a fan of that, and the team are a fan of that.
Так, що, міняти праву сторону чи що? Ну, а що це дасть мені? Я виграю 20 кіл ще їхати. Ой, 10 кіл. А, 10 кіл. Окей. До речі, що з тою гумою було? Зараз подивимося. Ну, я не бачу сенсу міняти ліву. Ну,
Pit road's open.
подожди, ліву чи праву? По-моєму, праву тільки треба мені.
Let's work with the traction control. Let's do what we can just to but so there is some. But effectively, you are still it's a driver's skill
Hitboxing,
machine.
10.
You've got to feel it.
Yeah, you've got to be able to feel it and get what the most. And it's I love it because
3,
it's
2,
kind of you know it's
1. Got 10 laps to go. Right here.
Я дві міняю, коротше.
We're going to run out of tyres.
Yeah, come the end of the race, what are you going to do? You know,
Yeah.
you're going to, and this is.
Well, isn't it the essence of endurance that drivers who can save a bit of fuel or
Блін,
save a
ну.
bit of tyre, they should be rewarded.
Go, go, go!
And I don't know if this is part of it or not, but a little cameo from about 2 hours ago, when the 7 Porsche with Nasser in it came in, and the 31 came in 4 seconds behind.
Yeah.
Matty Campbell
Just
got
hit
in
the tyres.
and
Make them last the rest of the race. They
came
want
out
you in single
4 seconds
file.
apart.
Almost
And
there,
they
Brandon.
within 2 laps had the lead down to under a second, and it wasn't traffic. Yeah. And
Вона, до речі, не сильно була зношена. Ну, дивись. А, ну, але, блін. Коротше, задня ліва була дуже зношена, 93. Передня, звичайно, права 91. Це праву сторону треба міняти. Тобто, коротше, виходить, що задня...
We send our best to Andres and the rest of the team.
He's packing up down there right now.
He's probably look like it's the roll of the
Catch
dice.
25 car.
Sometimes it's called endurance racing, not endurance winning.
Коротше,
I don't think
One lap to green.
тільки передня ліва 100%. Передня ліва 100%. А, ну, внутрішня. Коротше, вона равномірно уходить.
the expectation.
Well, more the desire to just to show what we actually can do.
Вона равномірно уходить.
Captain Shayna and the rest. Declan Brennan from Gradient Racing. Let's go to Shay. Adam in the pit lane.
Well, earlier on in the race, there was an issue for the MDK Porsche. This is the number 86 machine with Klaus Backler and Larry Ten Voort to take it to the checkered flag.
Ну, логічно, я ж так подумав, ти кажеш ліва, ну, коротше, вона равномірно в мене уходить, так що все нормально, тут треба дві міняти. Це може якийсь, знаєш, сетап.
Thank you, Shay. Now, there's been a change at the front of GTD, although it's a change that's coming round with the pit stop. We've got 57, sorry, in GTD Pro. Pierre Guidi has gone to the lead. Brian Sellers in the number 1, BMW.
Чувак позаду щось натякає мені.
Struggling with that car, and we're hearing
Get ready,
from the
going
people
green.
it is brake problems for the number 1 car, who have now dropped
Ну,
Pace car is off. Be ready.
якщо на п'ятій їхати, то да.
15 seconds away.
Green flag, green flag. Car inside. Stay high. Still there at the bottom. Still there, hold your line. Clear. The yellow flag is out. They want you in single file. Closed, pit road is closed.
Lots of time to slow down. Just took 2 other cars.
Well, I think what's happened this time around, Jeremy, is that they're going to come to the pits because most of the team are on the wall. And there are 2 very, very nice fresh
16 cars.
pads and calipers, dry brakes.
We're not running the over 29.
Super fast changeovers, hopefully. Yeah, so the one car, they're waiting for it to come in.
Це було швидко.
Not that hard, y'all. Really not that hard.
When they come in, I'll have a chat. That's Brooksy, apparently. Okay. Well, there we are. So he's you could use his imagination. There we are for Lollipop. I've just realised I've conflated 2 films.
Pit road's open.
Because Lollipop Land is the Wizard of Oz. And
20
I'll have to go and revise my sweet-based songs from films.
Very disappointed in you, Nick.
Що це, блядь, Toyota це робить?
Right now, but I think what they're doing, they're coming in now with 2 hours remaining. I think from here they can get to the end of the race.
And as they're starting to find brake issues, maybe they feel it's not worth waiting.
Не чую ніхіра, що вони там кажуть, бо в мене... Бля, чувака, короче, попереду. Ну, 10-й. Слышиш, у чувака вон попереду Камара. Блакитний Камара, бачиш? Там написано прев'ю, короче, на ньому. Спиздив чийсь скін. Чи свій, чи що, але бачиш, в нього прев'ю написано, блядь.
In the air, that is about 21 Celsius, slightly more toasty, 30 Celsius, 86 Fahrenheit on the track. As here comes Brian Sellers and the Paul Miller BMW to a new set of brakes and Nick Damon.
Obviously, he'd much prefer me with a new set of brakes.
Секунду.
All of us suddenly realised this car's got brake problems, so all the big media people took 4 steps back, thinking it might actually stop on its marks. It's got brake issues. Meandering around the back, just have a look at this damage on the rear right. There is not an awful lot left of the rear valance, you would say, on that right.
Блядь, я просто забув, вибач, цей, от релатив я поставив.
Say, I'm not very impressed with some of the tank tape work. Okay, first disc is off on the right-hand side. These are absolutely amazing. You think about the time it takes you. I did brakes and discs on Ash's car, which is now Bath. It took the pair of us 4 hours to do it. This is taking them, you know, approximately about a minute at most.
1 left to green. You're on the outside this time. Jetstar 12. Car 5. 5 to go. Things are looking good.
What it effectively means you haven't got to go through the whole bleeding process. You just disconnect the cable, put a new one in, and when you reconnect it, you keep the brake pressure. They're going to have to move that cable. They're going to run over the cable, and people don't like doing that. Now, the fuel's still going in, so I think they may have actually got those brakes done. Not far off.
Да, знатна заруба тут, конечно, в цьому Наскарі.
That's pretty impressive, pretty expensive as well. That's just most incredibly expensive. That's all part of motor racing at the highest level. Formula racing down, still more fuel going in. This thing is being filled to the brim. And still going. Wow, this is a very long stop. And there you go. Smash the dash, and away goes. No driver change, and away goes the BMW M4. And that should prevent this slow creep of drop-off they had.
And whilst Nick was watching the brakes, there was a new driver in that car as well. Brian Sellers got out of the pit lane. Got out of the car rather, as the car is weaving left and right to go through the exit. Possibly Sheldon.
Ну, тому що це хуйня, завжди щось забуваю, тому.
What it trips when it comes through.
About to go green, stay focused.
Adam spotted that. But fair due.
Post car is off, time to do your job.
Discs that have been well used. I think they've had their value.
Green, 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 you're in the top 10. The leader consider 43.264. Inside. Keep high. Still there. Still there, inside.
Just hearing that it was about to
Still there at the bottom. Clear inside. Inside. The yellow flag is out. Single file. Got wheel damage. Closed. Pit road is closed. Letter 20. Carbide. You had the position when the yellow flag came out. Your car has too much damage. We've got to fix it. Catch start 11. Car. Catch start 8. Car. We got damage on the front end. Pass start 20. Car.
Що це, блядь, було, нахуй?
Carbide. You entered a closed pit. Line up at the tail end of the field. Pit box in 10.
Hang on, right front tyre's not fastened.
5.
The wheel and tyre on the right front
3.
is not on.
2. 1.
Has not been
Right here.
fastened. So my guess there is the brake disc hasn't been seated properly on that right front. Sheldon, you need to slow down there, mate.
We can
Сука.
repair most of the
Take it
damage.
much easier. They've been on
You'll
the
still
front.
Блядь!
have minor wheel damage.
26 секунд. Ёб твою мать. Та нахуй, блядь. Який радар? Я, блядь, перед собою ніхуя не бачу. Фак.
The apron. This is a disaster for Paul Miller Racing, who've been in the top 2 or 3 for the whole of the GTD Pro race, and that will be doing some damage to the
Блядь.
itself. Nick Damon hasn't moved that far. Van der Linde back into the pit lane. Right front, Nick, is where the problem is.
They've hopped over the wall.
Блядь.
This will be the last green white checkered caution period. They want you in single file. Letter 23.
Lucky
Carbide.
Dawson on the outside.
What happens is they've actually got 2 bolts which effectively
Я не чую, ніхера, що в мене мені каже.
After 14. Car.
Він щось каже, блядь, я розумієш, ну... Блядь, я побачив, що попереду там якась хуйня.
After 25. Car. After 14. Car. After 15. Car. After 11. Car. After 12. Car. After 16. Car. After 1. Car. After 6. Car. After 3. Car. Catch the 23. Car. Catch the 23. Car. After 23. Car.
Я не впевнений, що я це побачив.
One left to green. Line up on the inside.
So deep onto the hole. Okay. And the crossfire into the I'll tell you that right's not good, mate. That's not good at all. That right front.
At 14, I got damage from that crash. So Lower don't know how this is going to be.
The quality damage is a beautiful score mark. It's down on pressure as well. So that,
I got damage from a whole bunch of y'all crashes, so I really don't know how this is going to go.
It's been certainly at the wrong angle. It's actually ground away the inside of the alloy.
На жаль, ні, я не бачу.
There's no way that you're going to have a air kept to the tire. They kind of, it's leaked from inside from the wheel out rather than a puncture on top.
It's effectively what you're saying here is the disc, as the wheel has gone off, the disc is machined
now right through the wheel rim. Yeah, I mean, the colour being the highest point they've done it. Absolutely right there, John. It wasn't quite...
He's gone straight on.
That's it.
And there's pieces of metal filing coming out from the right front. I've got to tell you, I did not like that front wheel. It looked like there was an issue there, and Sheldon von der Linde...
Letter 24, carbide. You had the position when the yellow flag came out.
To slow down, I suspect that right front wheel is going to do exactly the same again. The brake is
about to go green. Stay focused.
He's down in the far end of the circuit now. Oh, this is very worrying indeed. This started on its outlap into the bus stop chicane. They then couldn't
green flag,
get
green flag.
front disc, which had just been changed, that rotor. He couldn't get it to see what was two legs.
2 left to go, 2 to go.
Von der Linde back to speed again.
Car inside. Stay high, put the car on the low side. Car outside. Stay low, there is a car on the high side. Clear outside. Outside. White flag this time. Stay low, there is a car on the high side. Stay low, there is a car on the high side. The leader is running. 43.127. Clear.
Ох, їбать, чувак їде з колесом вивернутим.
Inside. Clear inside. Car inside. Clear inside. Keep high. You're up top, 3 wide. Still there, still there. Hold your line. Inside, 2 wide.
Right, Taylor.
Ай, блядь, сука, якщо б не така тупа помилка, ну не завжди ж такі помилки тупі. Так, зараз подивимося, що там було, блядь. Так, я на секунду дам без. А, блядь, що ти мене обзиваєш, скотина? Боже, яка вона тобі.
Just had 2 LMP2 stops that were caused by damage. Riley came in, changed the tail section on the number 74, did fuel and tires while they were here. And the number 8 for Tower Motorsport came in. Ferdy Habsburg brought the car in with some serious right front damage. The headlamp was actually pushed well in. Good thing Tower had yet another nose. They put that on, they put Scotty Mack behind the wheel, sent him out with 4 new tires and a lot more fuel.
Oh, brilliant bit of remembrance here from Daniel Priest at the 2022 Nürburgring 24 Hours. Sheldon von der Linde had a front spindle failure in the Rover BMW that sent them in the wall and out of the race. Maybe spindles and Sheldon don't get on. I had forgotten that. I tell you what, he'll be spitting in that car. Nick and I just, while Shea was talking there, passing backwards and forwards over the intercom, wondering if perhaps there's some damage to either the wiring or the ABS sensor itself. They're still locking up that right front wheel at every opportunity. That is not good news for that car if it's going to get to the end in an hour and 50 minutes or thereabouts. Aero Motorsport into the pit lane. This looks entirely regular as far as the stop is.
Чесно, хуй його знає. Так, це 10-й, да? Ну, мабуть, що ні, все ж таки. Да, 10-й попереду, а білого обігнав.
Down with Formula racing, and it's Brian. So there's Brian. Motor racing is a harsh mistress, isn't it? It's all going well till it doesn't. Can you first of all tell us why you need
Так, я на секунду. Зараз подивимося ще повтор, там, що я там наробив.
A significant more amount of pad wear than we expected. It looked good all day, but maybe in the heat, you know, we started to deteriorate the pad material. So basically that whole final stint I did was on no pad at all, like so much so that we cracked the rotors. Then we came in, tried to do the change, and I think it looks like maybe something happened with the right front. Obviously, that's what sent Sheldon off, and then when that happens, you have ABS failures and faults and lamps that set the whole system into shock. So it's just, yeah, it's frustrating.
Just for our own records, you had already changed the pads once, hadn't you, in the middle of the night?
Yeah, we had. And this is not a new problem for us. We've had this before. We've had it in the shorter races and like shorter endurance races, sorry. So we thought we'd had it fixed, but apparently not. You know, it's something that we've spent a lot of time looking into.
Так, обгін я обігнав, коротше, 25-го тільки. І все. А 10-й все ж таки. А який розрив там? 15 тисячний, да? А, ні, ого, 1 тисячна. Прикинь. 1 тисячна, бля. Ахуєти. А, це Брендон, це Тойота, та, блядь, їбуча, він не написав, блядь, хуйню якусь. Ну, тому що, да, я там реально лоханувся, тому що я його... Я думав там... Зараз. Так.
Just focus on, trying to spray some champagne, I hope.
That's it, Brad. I really hope that podium. Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, thank you.
Дивимося, що там було. Так, секунду, блядь, цю хуйню.
That is an issue that they've been grappling with, that car having the Sebring, and as Brian said at Potrібно as well. So
да, ну 1 тисячна. Я побачив, що попереду... Вон, бачив? Ой, не в ту сторону. Ось цей, блядь. Я побачив, що він... Що там дим. Диви, як його бам. І я, коротше... Поняв? Почав зміщатись. Просто треба було трохи, а я дуже сильно це зробив. Ой, нормально. Коротше, блядь, я обісрався. Оу, пау. Але ремонту там було... Ой-ой-ой, там, блядь.
Just very quickly want to check in with Shea Adam while she's trying to track down the driver there. I'm right in saying, Shea, that we tracked the Tower Motorsport LMP2 car having to have 2 nose changes in relatively rapid succession.
Back-to-back pit stops.
Коротше таке, блядь. Бачиш?
With a normal stint between them, not as if they had to come in one.
Як то...
It was not a very long stint. It was not the full length because of the damage to the nose.
Ну от, якщо дивитись кокпіта... Де тут йобаний кокпіт? О. Бам, я бачу, бач. Блін, ну коротше, це важко зрозуміти, але у мене очко сука, очко жалося, і я, бля, як довбойоб зробив. Максимально, блядь. Уф. Коротше, така.
Big fan base cheering for you. Good luck.
Ну, блін, нормально було. Все одно нормально, що зробиш. А це, о, до речі, зараз...
Michael's a very softly spoken person. He's a very contemplating guy. He's a really nice person. Is Michael, and he's won this race before 6 years ago.
Так, і що я не можу на себе перемкнутись? Що за херня?
What I get from that is that they have nothing left. For me, what I hear is they're saying that's all we've got.
Хочу зробити скріншот.
Every bit of that team have done all they can, and sometimes in racing it's not enough, and sometimes it is.
Згоден. Блять, чому я не можу камеру перемкнути? А. Все, блядь, зрозумів.
Allowing us to take over and give their guys a bit of a rest from a bit longer this year. We got 6 hours of the race from midnight to 6 a.m. Not often over here in the States we get the takeover.
Тут навіть сфоткати нормально не можна, тому...
Doing it in a few weeks' time in Australia for the Bathurst 12 hours. You'll be able to watch that here in the States, all live and free.
Так.
Via the player at radiolemont.com, and of course the audio for everyone as well. Full coverage in about 22 days time, 23 days time of that. Very much looking forward to going to Bathurst again.
You don't have to leave right at the end of this race
you know what, Jeremy, that's a very good point, and it's made a huge difference to a lot of drivers as well. I mean, the teams, if the teams are there, the cars are already on the way, but you're spot on. Bathurst and Supercars event to organise Bathurst.
Якість, конечно, ще та.
Porsche and Porsche side by side. It's the number 85 of Phil Hansen.
Yeah.
With 6th place. Is it Phil Hansen still in the 85?
Correct.
It is. Yeah. Who's he side by side with?
Well, he was side by side with, I think, that must have been the leader putting another lap on him. Yes, it was. It was Philip Nasser.
And the lead is coming down, and quickly Tom Blunkfist has just set the best lap of the race for that car, 35.709, and has just taken 2 seconds out of Felipe Nasser for the lead, so it's only 3.2 seconds the gap now at the front. This motor race is on. So, an hour and 38 minutes to go here in the 62nd Rolex 24 at Daytona, and too close to call, Jeremy, with especially with the 31 Cadillac charging.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a little while ago that the gap had come down, then it extended again, and then in the last 4 or 5 laps, Tom Blunkfist has really got the move on, and as you said, he just set his best lap of the race at 1:35.709.
Да, блін, тут взагалі трохи було. Я роблю скріншот такий, це рендеринг, грубо кажучи. Але все одно, блядь, воно якість погана. Тому що я якість зрізав. А, до речі, треба ж ці... Ну давай швидше, блядь, роби скріншот той. А, все. Так, графік, блядь. Подожди, я крауд ж охнув.
for Blomqvist. Wow, he is absolutely flying.
А чи ну ладно, коротше, не було. Все, коротше, подивимося. Зберегу. Зберегу, зроблю скріншот нормальний. Так. Подивимося, що там результати.
It's not an exact science at all.
Блядь.
You're right, the traffic definitely playing a big factor.
And meanwhile, Louis Delchaz, he just falling farther and farther back. 37 seconds now. The gap from second to third. That gap has gone out by 10 seconds in the last 10 laps.
А, якщо б не було цього контакту, звісно. Так, скільки в мене? 4 гінки. То може було б нормально. Але да, тут філд такий, ух ти, мощний. Був мощний філд, можна було нормально. А чого не милюють мені, сука? Мінус 6 далі. Оп, падло. Так. 0,462, 0,463. Хорош. Тупо 1000.
Kai, it's all smiles because less than 2 hours ago and you brought the car in the lead. It's you know, let's not count you, but it's been a great run for you personally.
Yeah, I mean, everything is going under control until now. Our target was really to survive until the last 2 hours, so we really nursed the car, saved fuel, and now it went full banana. And we were P1, but I lost about 10 seconds because the gear got stuck.
О, результати Нюрбургрингу підійшли. Ха-ха, мені щас в'їбуть по повній.
Yeah, we set the car up exactly for these last 2 hours, so you know, we know that track evolution.
До речі, а як Сончик, де Сончик?
So we set the car that we could.
О, Сончик нормально приїхав. О, хорош.
But everything is really thanks to all the air, of course, the guys. For me, it was my first Daytona, but Simon,
Сьомим приїхав.
Miguel, Francois, really, they taught me how to race this circuit, and I'm so grateful for everyone. Thank you.
Навіть коло не програв. Ага, хорош, молодець. Так, де я? Десь в кінці. О. Коротше, дали мінус 0,06. Ну, я рейтингу в'їбали мінус 71.
Blomqvist has taken it straight back again.
Yeah, fascinating duel between these two. I'm wondering whether NASA lost a little bit of time actually getting past the lap car of Phil Hansen, what is now the lap car of Phil Hansen, because Hansen, of course, wouldn't want to go a lap down in that JDC Miller Motorsports entry.
Well, they're desperately trying not to, aren't they?
They were.
They've
Unfortunately,
everything they can.
But I'm wondering whether that was a little bit costly for the race leader. So there's a couple of laps there where he's in a 37 and then 38 on lap 738. That's the lap on which Tom Blomqvist really did narrow the gap just to just a few car lengths.
So coming down to 90 minutes to go, the gap 2 seconds as we mentioned. I'm absolutely fascinated, gentlemen, by the way this race has ebbed and flowed through the daylight hours. Yeah, I would have liked to, lovely though they are, I would have liked to have seen slightly less of the Cadillac safety cars. But when we've had these long runs, it's fascinating, as I say, to see the swing of the pendulum from one manufacturer to another. It looked for all the world, Jeremy, earlier on, that the 31 Whelen Cadillac was running away with this. As the temperatures have come up, as the clouds have cleared, they're not having everything their own way. Porsche came back into it overnight.
Yeah. So did BMW for quite a while.
Well, for a long time, till they both bit the dust in the nighttime hours. Still, technical problems is what BMW Team RLL has said about that.
Gearbox, I think.
Steering 24, gearbox oil 25, and I think it was the 24 where the tow rope snapped when it was coming back, which cost a little bit of extra time.
That's insult to injury, isn't it?
This power steering, of course, nowadays is electrical, so that's electrons rather than fluid that weren't doing what they were meant to do. And those electrons get a mind of their own, that's when you're in real trouble, isn't it? Or when they start leaking electrons, just as bad as leaking fluids.
It's a world I couldn't possibly understand. Game on at the front of the field, Tom Blomqvist. This is a quick lap from Blomqvist. He's looking good on the splits as they come up towards the start-finish line. And indeed, he's just taken another 0.3 of a second out. The gap is down to just on a second.
Bit of clear road in front of them for a couple of corners if they can go by the right car. Here's the Porsche down the inside for Felipe Nasser. He gets through in the international horseshoe. Every time I see that right Porsche, the number 120, who dutifully moves to the right-hand side and allows Blomqvist through, that's actually really good driving. Just had to move car's width to the right-hand side, knew he would go through. I like to say that, but every time I see
we
that,
got the call from upstairs.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah,
Spotters.
You've got the leaders. Don't mess it up.
Yep. Spotters are so critical in this race.
Very good indeed. It's Jan Hiller behind the wheel, so he knows which way is up. Every time I see that car, though, all I can think of is the
Щось все лагає, бля.
colour scheme we mentioned
Так.
earlier on the that used to be on the Celine and
the Conrad Motorsport colours.
Conrad Motorsport.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of the Garrettson Enterprises, Dick Barber Racing, John Fitzpatrick. Take the white away, of course, but the blues are quite similar.
Down to a second then at the front of the field. The chase is on as we go under 90 minutes. We won't be changing ends at half-time. This is a run all the way to the checkered flag now, with a little high cloud, but not much, as I look out over the beautiful sight of Daytona, and still that packed infield where the support races were on either side of the paddock, now taken up with even more cars. Haggerty have taken over where the Whelen Mazda paddock were. They were packing them in there this morning.
Gap down to 0.75 of a second. Blomqvist takes another 0.3 out of Nasser for this battle for the lead. What a showdown this is between two of the top prototype race drivers in the world. Nasser, the ex-Formula One star, and he's right. There's no gap between them now. Blomqvist is right on the tailpipe of the number 7 Porsche of Felipe Nasser for the race lead.
Nasser with 20% of his energy remaining. Blomqvist.
А що це за Макс? Що це?
They accelerate up through the gears 100 miles an hour, 120 miles an hour.
Це якась лейт мода.
Pick up speed so quickly, up over 150 miles an hour, now 170, 80, getting up towards 200 miles an hour before they break for the Le Mans chicane, and the gap is down to...
Наступний NASCAR, я так зрозумів, це через 45 хвилин аж.
With the Scandinavian name.
Yeah, and still pulling away from Louis Delatraz accurate at a second.
Draft Masters.
Wow. Delatraz due into the pit shortly. He's almost out of fuel and energy. Jimmy Bruni in fourth, down at 10% as well. Tandy down at 10%. That's the 6 cars to 1 that has had the issues, and he's in the pit lane. They're not risking it this time on those stint energy levels.
That should be one stop to the end for them.
One more stop to the end.
One more stop, yes. One more stop to the end.
Може Toyota махнуть.
45-minute stints from here, and I think they can do that, you're right.
Махнемо Toyota поки що. 45 хвилин, ми встигнемо.
would like a caution
Потім
to
на
bring them
скарші.
back into the picture, and then they've got the pace to fight, no question about it. They're right there, but who wants at the front? Well, we almost don't want a caution because this is just such a good battle to watch. We're being selfish.
Delatraz in the
and
pit
it's go
lane.
time. With an hour and a half to go now. This is Hamadar. What have you got?
Delatraz on the pit lane, getting full service. We'll keep an eye on the front of the field, as that is a brand new set of Michelin medium compound tyres. That's all you can use now. There was the option of overnight, there was the option of soft tyres from 7 o'clock last night till 8 o'clock this morning. I don't think anybody actually used them. We'll find out after the end of the race. I did not see any of the red stickers on the sidewalls in the stints that I did.
А чому?
Here comes Blomqvist. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, we were looking at this car's pace and thinking the car may have dropped pace since the sun came out. However, that really showed well against the Porsche.
Понятно.
Blomqvist will stay at the wheel of the car for this one. He's getting brand new sticker tyres from Michelin going on every corner of this car. Fueling going in. Team just preparing the windscreen by pulling a tear off. Fiddly when you've got mechanics gloves on. Need your fingernails. Bit of rubber pickup being pulled out the ducts in the front. Fueling still going on.
Де москаль був, це Шарлотта. Та... Що, ну, як вбити час? Зараз проїдемо там і вперед. Шарлотта чому?
What's interesting there, Joe, is that again went off on the internal combustion engine. The Cadillac's been doing that pretty much for the second half of the race, I've noticed.
I reckon they're doing that to get more wheel spin and to generate more tyre temperature. And do cooler burnouts as well. That's a nice bonus. But I wonder, have they found something where they find it's if you go off on the internal combustion engine, you generate more wheel spin and therefore more critical temperature in the tyre, in the rear tyre.
Yeah, I'll buy that for $1. It's as good an excuse and reason as anything. I just had news from race control of another retirement. This time the second retirement in GTP. And it is the Acura number 10 of Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport. So that is just the second of the GTP retirements among actually what has been quite an attritional race, to be honest. 5 LMP2s now. Sean Creech is not coming back, I don't think. Two GTPs, as we mentioned.
So on this stint, John, the Porsche is going to go well at least 2 laps longer than the number 31 Whelen Cadillac. Last time around, they came in together on lap. There were 2 stops ago they came in together. That was lap 691. The next stops they were 1 lap apart. 719 for number 31 car. 720 for the 7, so that was a 29 lap stint for the number 7. And this time around, looks like 7 cars going to...
Ну, коротше, проїдемо, що, мені треба щось, блядь, з цим рейтингом робити, тому я тут поїду.
Using up a little bit more energy. To wait and see.
I think we've got 17 or 18 retirements at this point. And hi to Steve Tadman, says Daniel Morad. Please discuss. Not particularly well known on the world stage. Possibly if you're a sim racing race.
До речі, в цьому їде Дайтону їде. Реально, це Даніел Морад, сімрейсер.
Some of these young drivers be in drivers who this is the next generation we're talking about here, isn't it, gentlemen? With some of these young drivers. Toby Sowery, what about him in the crowd strike? I think these Malthy Jakobsen. Well, we've known about Malthy for a while, but you know when Malthy brings his A game, he's as good as anybody, and he's brought his A+ game this weekend.
Yeah, he's been playing his trade in sports cars now.
Да, в Дайтоні їде на GT, на GT3, GTD тачки.
Green flag, green flag.
Very, very impressive. They knew they wanted it back again.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Just to start. No doubt about it. Yeah, you won last year's.
Привіт. IMSA всралась дуже швидко. Ну як? Друге чи третє коло. Погано. Аварія дуже сильна. Потім чинився десь 12 хвилин, а потім виїхав і розложився, коротше, знову. Данила, скажи. Ви там щось сказали, що трекшн відрубають. Ніхіра не відрубається у Toyota трекшн. А, чи то... А, то цей... Не фіксовані там, де налаштування відрубається. Зрозумів, коротше.
One more lap.
Where we had fried chicken, but Joseph just looked and walked up to it, looked at it. It was very tasty, wasn't it? And you could just see him going through his head going, that's BOP ballast on a plate right there. And he had some grilled chicken instead, which of course the great team at Epic Catering did oblige. So I think that's the only difference really between Joseph Newgarden and us. I think we eat fried chicken and he doesn't.
I actually haven't thought of that.
It looked nice too.
It was very good. It's Friday, I think, wasn't it?
Yes.
So he was thinking, that's half a tenth.
Yeah. Maybe he can treat himself after the race.
For a moment, number 31 scored as the leader, but only for a moment. Felipe Nasser goes through.
Ну да, душа, трохи душить.
Because the number 7 car stayed out much longer and he was better part of a lap ahead. Number 31 car certainly didn't lose that advantage. Obviously, the glitch there on that timing system. But as they came across online last time around, with this number 7 car going out of the pits, it was...
Боже, як я всрав це. Ого.
Speed. The BOP for this race was set by the manufacturers. IMSA do not do it.
All right, there's checkered flag.
Across the side-by-side round the Triazzi Ferrari, and Blomqvist knows how to get it done round the top side. That was extraordinary stuff. And what a run! Big lock-up from the Porsche in second. Nasser somehow gets it, slows down, somehow gets into the apex of the first hairpin.
And this is the difference with Blomqvist is on his tyres are up to the temperature and pressure. Nasser's aren't yet, clearly, because Blomqvist was able to pass him very easily there, or relatively speaking, shall we say, and moves into the lead of the motor race. Really interesting.
Ну да, воно дуже душиться, коли попадаєш неправильно. Дуже сильно, воно прям наче зупиняє.
And once he gets ahead, you think, well, Felipe's got to just ease off a little bit. He wasn't prepared to. He'd done some damage to his Michelin tyres, a bit of side drafting as well. Then they had to split round the 296.
That's just more better for the Cadillac one. A couple of laps warmer and up to temperature pressure tyres.
Also see what happened when the Cadillac came right back in front of Felipe and Nasser. Nasser just had massive aero wash in the steer.
Yeah, definitely. What's fascinating for me is that Tom Lundqvist is the effectively third driver in that car. He's here for the endurance races, whereas Jack Aitken and Peter Durrani are the full season drivers. So, what do Action Express do here for this Wayland Cadillac? Do they leave Lundqvist into the end, or do they put either Durrani or Aitken in at the pit stop?
So, vibration on the new set of tyres being reported by Felipe Nasser before the lockup. So is this a set of used tyres? No, they were brand new. They were brand new when they went back on.
Yeah, they've all used up all their tyres they had to use up. They're all fresh tyres in the end. Well, 99% sure of that.
Big captain has been a locker with us, the security code going, you're not touching them until the end of the race, guys.
The only question is, how they need to sort of struggle.
Коротше, так і не зрозумів, як його проходити, це ж шикарно.
GTD is now for second position with the Michael Grenier moving ahead of Miguel Molina and Albert Costa. So Mercedes ahead of two Ferraris.
Oh,
running strong at this stage in the game. And Parker Thompson, number 12, Vassar Sullivan Lexus. He's been elbowed back now to 5th position in the class. It's happened over the course of the last relatively short period of time.
What we are looking at now are, I kind of don't like this term, but it works. These are the money laps. These are laps that count. And it was Kai Cozzolino about 45 minutes ago, talking to our CrowdStrike pit lane team, said, it's all been coming to this. We've set the car up for the last 2 hours.
Так, що там?
You look at what the track temperature is going to be, and that's climbing. Already 35 Celsius, that's 95 Fahrenheit. In the
ще година, да?
my keys to the race, Porsche keys to the race for Sebring, it will be get to the darkness and have the car do its best work in the dark. This is have your car do the best in the heat of the day, and those who've got it right here are reaping.
Не знаю, якийсь ігор є, але я не знаю, якщо чесно. Та я їбав це все. Одного хватить.
One to go, next time by. Line up on the left side. The estimated strength of field is 1,209. Pit road is closed right now. We expect to be fighting for the podium.
What's interesting about that point on the Ferrari setup, Kai Cozzolino is in the 21AF Corsa Ferrari, is that they were very fast in the first hour or two of the race,
right?
When it was very similar weather conditions to this.
That's a good point.
So that was where they made their biggest gains. Then they kind of settled in a little bit.
And Daniel Surra was amazing, wasn't he?
10 spaces in an hour?
Yeah,
10 spots in an hour? Incredible. So clearly they have a car that works in the heat.
So, well remembered, Peter. Well remembered. How do you assess the Corvettes today? AWA have had a horror show.
Блять.
Works supported Corvette racing by Pratt. Semi-factory. Is it like a
Я щось не зробив. Я думав, я третій.
Is a semi-factory sort of a building but without a roof? Is that?
They've got the roof as well, actually.
That's got a bit of an air of Porsche Salzburg about it.
Yeah, it does. How do you assess that, being a brand new car?
I think that Corvette come to win always from the word go, and they'll be really disappointed. They'll be disappointed that the Pratt Miller cars haven't run cleanly, and they'll be disappointed that the two customer cars haven't either. but it's a brand new car.
А, другий не вийшов цей на решітку. Окей.
But of course, they were testing here just a couple of days after last year's Rolex 24, so they've been on the case of this car for an entire year and more.
We've got just under a month before TF Sport take it to the track.
Що він проїбав, блядь, проспав? Старт. Всрався в туалеті був.
They'll want to do a lot of mileage, I think, because Qatar weather. What time of day is the race? That's a good question. Because if it's during the day, that'll be a lot more intense than this.
It's a long race. It's 1,800 kilometres.
My, okay.
So it'll go to, I think it'll go to 8 hours possibly, and so I'm assuming it'll finish in the dark, start in the daytime. I haven't. That's 2 races away and 3 events away, so I haven't quite started looking at the timetable for that just yet. But
catch that 5 car.
Debriefing to do.
What I would add and what I would put very good money on if I were a betting man is they'll get it right sooner rather than later. They always do. They've got the C5 Corvette, which they launched the era of Corvette racing. They got it down in the Chevrolet hospitality area. Every single edition, C5, C6, C7, C8, they've all won.
That's a very short stint there for the LMP2 class leading.
Що це попереду мене перевіряє на гальма, блядь.
He was only on pit lane 10 laps ago, so that's way short. And he's going to give up the lead, I think, to the 04 car.
Are they back time?
About to go green, stay focused.
CrowdStrike was just in the pits, wasn't it?
Yeah, CrowdStrike has just been.
Okay, so they've both done.
Safety car is off.
Can they go for an hour and 10?
No, but that's
green flag, green flag.
Okay.
Short stints.
There's an incident behind.
Maybe that's how they want to get on strategy with the 04 CrowdStrike car in LMP2 and then go on full rip, flat out.
Nick Dearman is down at tower. Any bodywork changes this time, Nick?
No, they're happy both the front deck and the nose situation. I think what's happened is the P2 cars have pulled the pin on when they can get there on one fuel cell. They're all putting 4 new boots on. So my guess is they're going to come in and get to the end. There's a new rear deck going on the Briley car, and there's a new rear deck going on the 99 AO
car on your left
machine as well. But it was the leader
clear on the left.
which of course is the 18 era car. Christian Rasmussen stayed on board with that, just got some new tyres. So I think they're now going to be looking. And they're not, what basically means is that they're not banking on seeing any yellow flags.
Yeah, my mistake, I misread that, so that's about right. So all of the LP2 guys that have just been in now, there'll be one more stop to go.
Chris Stewart says,
Зараз буде, блядь.
sim races everywhere, pulling for Daniel Mora, and shout out to team in proper. Doug. He's doing rather well.
Go right. There's an incident ahead. Slow car ahead. Car on your left. Go right. Stay on the right.
Podcast team, we've got our BT Laws strategy
Clear on the left.
award for the end of the race, and it's time for a VP.
Я дивлюсь, що ми не встигаємо на цю, на гонку.
Where this battle continues, it's 3.4 seconds since it's been to the point B for some time. Tom Blomqvist taking the lead in an audacious manoeuvre after the pit stops as Felipe Nasser is still getting his Michelin tires on the Porsche up to temperature and
Still
pressure.
there.
So it's the 31 Cadillac that leads from the 7
Clear.
Porsche in 3.5 seconds. Then a full minute further back, Louis Denner transferred. Number 40 Acura in the Wayne Taylor Racing. Andretti Autosport car, a dark red car. Matty Jaminet. Porsche Penske Autosport number 6 is a further 31 seconds back and 5 seconds ahead of Jimmy Rooney in the bright yellow. In the black and gold Pro competition. It's the bright yellow the JTC Miller Motorsports a couple of laps further back for Richard Westbrook in 6th. The yellow lead 7th for the first of BMW Team RLLs. They are about 90 seconds apart, the 25 and 24 car, but still running. In LMP2, the Era CrowdStrike Racing back just eased for a moment. It's as if somebody's turned it down off the boil to a mere simmer. seconds. It's about 15 seconds. Rasmussen's just got
Блять!
yeah, 15.8 seconds. Tom Dillman just coming out the pits in third.
Сука, блять!
Europol by PR1. No, sorry. It's not.
Бля. Це просто пизда. Я такий лох. Просто жесть, блять.
Stay on the left.
Їжджай, блять.
Clear on the right.
Похуй же.
Still on the lead lap in class in that number 8 Tower Sports machine. Jimmy Dipro, recent competizione, has come to the fore. They were hot in the early running in the heat of the day. As it's warmed up here, so as their place in 62 racing Ferrari then ahead of Lauren Heimisch, another sim racer.
Looks like your car is towed. You'll need to tow back to pit lane.
Так і є,
Hold the
сука.
reset button and we'll come and get you.
Sheldon von der Linde after the
Вибач. За матюки, бля.
All the damage is
Але це
repairable.
терпіти. Одягай навушники. Бо це...
leads by 30 seconds. Win with Mercedes from
Нахер.
Albert Costa for Conquest, who's got Miguel Molina in another Ferrari 296 behind the 21 by 3/10 of a second. So 57, 34 and 21. Then it's Mick Grenier, another 2 seconds further back. And Parker Thompson and Scott Andrews make up the top 6. And the Ferraris, Jeremy, are absolutely flying in the heat of the day in both GTD Pro and GTD.
Yeah, they are indeed. Number 34 and number 21, I mean, they've been moving up steadily now over the course of the last hour or two, really into their stride now. The question is, can they catch that windward Mercedes?
Я не знаю, то москаль чи ні. Своїх бити не хочу. Це треба
10
знати.
laps ago. But they're closing in. They're certainly closing in. The two Ferraris there. Number 34 car, the Conquest Racing entry for.
Буду так вибивати москалів, блядь, це, блядь, мене забанять нахер. Відберуть iRacing, скажуть, іди нахуй.
And then both of them got past Michael Grenier's Mercedes a little time before that. Parker Thompson doesn't seem to have
А
the
чому,
pace
до
in that
речі,
Lexus in
зараз...
the later stages that he showed earlier in the race and of course in qualifying, because it was Parker who put that car on the pole 2 years ago. Parker was spotting here for one of the teams, and here he is 2 years later, was on the pole position and led a goodly portion, that car led a goodly portion of the early stages. Well, first half of the race, they led much of it.
Вона довше стала, виходить? Що з нею сталося? Щось, блядь, її порвало, блядь.
Mathieu Jamini in that number 6 Porsche. So if Blomqvist goes by, they are off the lead lap. So if the number 6 Porsche wants to win this race, they cannot afford to lose this position, and also can do their teammate a big favor here, because the harder that Mathieu Jamini
Коротше, щось змінилось, бачу, передня частина трохи. Така стала вже. Задня частина хрен його знає. Наче така сама.
Sorry, Jeremy. Massive mistake. Big jink at the international horseshoe there for Blomqvist. That was a strange one.
4912.
International horseshoe.
4912. Так, шукаємо.
Not only Richard Westbrook, who's actually, I think, a couple of laps back now, but Jimmy Bruni also has gone a lap down. Then Mathieu Jamini struggling to stay on the lead lap. As you say, and he doesn't seem to have the pace of the number 6 car. Doesn't seem to be as quick as a number 7.
No, I wonder if they've been spooked by those penalties they've got for overusing their allowable power parameters, and they've had to go a little bit safer.
А тут не написано.
Uncharacteristic error on cold tires coming out the pits from Kevin Estre a couple of hours ago I think has cost them dearly.
Камара не написано, скільки довжина в неї. А чому? А, це не та Камара, стоп. Ось Камара. А, так у них всі... А, нічого не бачу. Коротше, у них всіх довжина однакова.
Effectively negotiated by the manufacturers sitting around a table or on a Zoom call.
А, до речі, Chevrolet не міняли.
For a major series. The series collects independently all of the data and puts it before the manufacturer technical group.
Так, а що ще там Ford Mustang, по-моєму, цей, да?
There was a raft of them, all bar the Lexus RCF got
Ну, а Mustang якийсь, блядь, дивний.
But am I wrong in that they were announced by IMSA, but they weren't mandated by IMSA effectively?
Да, довжина у них стандартна, у всіх однакова, 4,919 мм.
Yeah, after manufacturers they had a technical working group. All the manufacturers are invited to play a role in that, and yes, they give their input. They basically thrash it around amongst themselves. If one of the manufacturers thinks they've got a deficit, they've got to persuade that they've got all the data, all the information.
Тойотка стала такою мордою, бачиш? Морда така. Якась. Треба переробляти скін. У неї була більш гостра морда, а зараз зробили таку. Я не знаю, навіщо це робити. Да, і Camaro вийшла нова модель, і Toyota. А, стоп. Да. Ні, стоп, Camaro ні, стара. Camaro я ж показував. Ну, по скіну вона така ж. Ну, тобто скін, тобто ліврея така ж. Вона має, може, не знаю. Наче така, як була. Так, ладно.
Lovely day, sunshine, great racing, and just under 1 hour, we're into the last 60 minutes, and there's, well, hardly anything at all between the front of the field as we've got the Porsche and the Cadillac battling it out.
В житті, можливо, я не знаю.
Blomqvist leading the race at the moment.
А, ну.
Porsche Penske Motorsport. Felipe Nasser is trying to close that gap. It's 3 seconds at the moment.
Хрена
71 seconds or minute.
Дорожні версії не знаю. Блін, я сьогодні це просто пиздець, блін.
Another 20 odd seconds back. 13, call it 14 seconds between first and second in LMP2. Era 2 APR CrowdStrike. GTD Pro at the moment is a little bit off because I think Sarah's got a pit stop to do. There's not actually a full lap between Reese and Ato.
Yes, there is.
Oh yeah, there is now. Yes, of course, after that last stop.
Yeah, there is. A full course yellow would potentially change that,
depending on where the leader is.
Correct. But it all focuses now on a car that is trying to stay on the lead lap overall, and that's the number 60 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine of Mathieu Jaminet, trying to hold off Tom Blomqvist, the overall race leader. So very, very tight there at the front of the pack. And who on earth do we choose for our BDO Knows Strategy Award? I mean, one that's coming to me.
Так, Cadillac на цю. На першому. Porsche на другому.
And yet they're on the lead lap, and at the moment they're on the podium. Actually, I don't think that's my opening gap.
Година залишилась, да?
Chetelaar 47 Ferrari pit lane speeding violation.
Акура на третьому, непогано.
Bring them back onto pit lane for a
Так, що там у нас?
Felipe Nasser absolutely tearing it up at the moment.
О, боротьба.
Car that set the fastest lap of the race. And with a 1:35.6, we're not getting near that at the moment in the heat of the day, but huge traffic for the leader as he tries to put a lap on Mathieu Jaminet.
Nasser dropped 0.2 of a second to Blomqvist on the last
That's the
lap.
first time for a while that he's
Боротьба першака з цим з Каділачком.
for Nasser, 1:38.1 for Blomqvist. That was the lap before. Now, dare I suggest that Jaminet here could do his mate a bit of favour.
I suggested exactly the same. I think if you're Porsche
He's allowed
Penske,
to fight to stay on the lead lap.
exactly. If you're Porsche Penske Motorsport, you say fight this like you've never fought before. Fight like this is for the race win. Because to be honest, if that number 6 machine for Porsche Penske Motorsport goes off the lead lap and we don't get another full course caution, then they're done. So they have to stay on at all costs. And of course, in doing so, there is the biggest bonus ball of all, bringing the team car back in.
Spectacular stuff.
We're inside the final hour now, aren't we, John?
Oh yeah, have been for 5 minutes or so, and Nick Damon is in the pit lane watching what should be the last pit stop for Paul Miller Racing.
Yeah.
It's not been a clean run in the pits for them.
No, I mean, we're about to get all the last stops for the GTD cars, be they pro or AMs, they can get to the end from here. Now, the first one to come in and drive in was that Paul Miller.
Так,
It's at the end of my vision, but obviously what I can see is the man on the front right, all he has done is look at the front right, he's not changed it. They have offered up 2 or 3 new tyres, and now it's gone away again. They are hoping to get to the end. They're obviously worried about tyre wear. Right at my feet now is the Korchov Mercedes, the number 32 car. That's Michael Greiner getting out, Kenton Cook getting in. They were oscillating 3rd and 4th. And we expect to see obviously the rest of the leading GT and GTD and GTD Pro cars in as they've now reached that point, but then get the end quite easily.
Nick Damon with that crowd strike pit report. Wednesday nights, crowd strike run
Нас бачиш, та всі переходять. Там Росі перейшов, там.
of every team up and down the pit lane. And those metrics will get crunched at the end of the race to give a winner. And we'll be announcing that on Wednesday on Midweek Motorsport. 8 o'clock UK, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's have another look at the Porsche keys to the race, Peter.
Толя,
Tyres.
не знаю. Ну, він дуже втомлений, тому що він, звісно... Таке собі, наробив багато. Так, стоп. Це не той Росі. Чи той? Я маю на увазі... Як його... То, що в Формулі 1 їздив. Він недовго, по-моєму, в цьому Марусі щось їздив. Ну да, Алесандро. О, да, о, Валентина, точно. А це Алесандро їде, він, по-моєму, в Індікарі їздить з горожаном.
Is a huge fire on the front of the Lexus, the Vassar Sullivan car. And Joe Bradley has an idea, he knows what's happening. This was on pit out, the driver is out of the car.
Боже, що там горить, блядь?
The flames himself, Joe.
And you know what, as the number 12's just been in the pit for a pit stop, and I think it's tyre pickup. When it's sat there, the tyre pickup began to start to heat up, and smoke started coming from that left-hand front. One of the crew chiefs, literally, as the car was released, started shouting at the fact, alerting everybody to the fact that the left front corner was on fire. By then, of course, it was too late and the car was already on pit road, maybe out onto the track, and this is what's happening now.
Parker out of the car, and he's put the fire out, actually. Great work for him.
А, зрізати на фініш, ну да, в принципі.
Side of the, sorry, the right side, the inside of the article with extinguishers. He's pulled up next to an extinguisher point, got as close as he could just before the pit exit there. Let's take a quick update of who and what was going on down the pit lane. Let's go back first of all to Joe Bradley.
Yeah, we had, I think, you know what, just stuck in there. I love that yellow, it's the 62.
That was your fastest lap of the session.
They might have timed that absolutely perfectly. As Joe said, it was left front on the Nexus. Let's see. Final hit out. There's the 62. No, they were out just about 90 seconds. Out 90 seconds after the yellow was called. Full course yellow at 17:50.03. Daniel Serra at 50.03 came into the pits. Yeah, I think you get 3 seconds, don't you? So
he was in.
Okay.
No, he was in. He was definitely in. He was in.
Pit boxing right here.
So that's, well, it's definitely been Reezy's day. That's sometimes you get these days in racing. I mean, they're drivers.
На секунду.
Let's be honest, they're just putting fuel and tires in all day long, and they've been fantastic. That's doing very, very well indeed, all of them. But let's see, I think what this could give us is a total fresh tire GTP shootout.
Diogo Strategy Award still to come, and then on Wednesday, one of the numbers have been grudged, the CrowdStrike Endurance Team Run and Speed Award. Let's go to Joe Bradley in the pit lane with Jimmy Vassar, man with the nail above the door of that Nexus team.
Jimmy, it's been a kind of character for hours for you guys, but that is great fortune. Yeah, not the way you want to end it. Team did a great job. We're in position, had a bad mistake on 23 hours, pretty much. Did the most we could, got the top one. Third time, we did a great job. Did a great job. Just unfortunate to go away. When you go through guys, actually noticed that I think this entire thing was like this. No, we heard some sort of a bang out in the hood, and so I think it was a flat fire. But they happen sometimes, and but dang, all credit to the team, and come back and see a very big iron. Jimmy, you guys, this is a bogey place for you guys. How are you going to break down this? To break it, we got to come back stronger next time. We got a guys out, right? We got the 14 at very bad. All credit to the team. We came prepared as we could be.
Jimmy, that's the spirit. Back in Sebring for the Mobile One, 12 hours, part of the 36 hours of Florida, if you will. Hello to Gary on two wheels. I've had to step into work this morning for a client pickup, but I'm not missing the end of this race. He's got it up on the excellent stuff. He's got it up on his laptop. Emergency service for Mercedes number 80, the North Star machine, and Nick Dearman has more from the pit lane.
Down at the 18 pit with Connor Zilic. Connor, your work is done, obviously, with Freddie Ramison, but how does the team feel about this yellow flag? Is it just what you didn't want, or is it improved compared to the rest of the P2 cars?
Yeah, you know, it's probably not what we wanted, but, you know, Christian's in the car, and there's nobody else I'd rather have in the car than him. He's done a great job all weekend, and, you know, I look up to him, and he's been a big help for me this weekend as well. So, you know, obviously it's nerve-wracking, and, you know, it's my first Rolex 24, so I want to win it, obviously, but, you know, I'm just glad to be here with Aero Motorsports. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me, and, you know, to be here at 17 years old competing in this prestigious event, so cool. So, you know, I'm looking forward to the last few minutes here, and hopefully we can come out here with the Rolex.
Have you ever promised it like a dance?
Oh, I'll keep it all right.
Are you surprised by the amount of driving you've got for that team to win a huge everything?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've done a good job with the team, and, you know, I've learned throughout the Roar and this week as well. So, you know, it makes me feel good that they trust me and they believe in me. And, you know, when we're racing the full season together, I appreciate having that trust and you know, that companionship. So, you know,
Нормально.
the rest of the season with this team, it's been a pleasure so far, and you know, hopefully we can end the year with a championship as well. Thank you.
What a drive for the race, I would say, back in band.
And it's going to be so time for LMP2 because you come in at this point in time, pit stop is coming very shortly. Fill up full of fuel. Depends when we go back to green, you'd have to do quite a bit of fuel saving, but it's going to be really tight, I reckon, Jeremy. I mean, what do you think? Can you get home without no more stops on an LMP2 car?
From here, yeah, no, they can come in now when the pit's through, then they should be fine because the caution's going to go on for another 5 minutes or so. So yeah, that should be no problem.
And if they don't, they can come and speak to you later.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how they got to it. That'll be fine. That's the worst for the
Car 21 just set the fastest lap, 40.756.
Let's take a feed fuel in race update before any pit stops. And in fact, we can't do that because
You've got some damage. Let's get that fixed.
pit lane. Joe Bradley has the GT pace. Yes, I have. The 31-wheeler Cadillac comes in first, hits his pit stops. And then I'm looking for the
Проїхав,
go
бля.
around the side of it and then to my left. So let's just have a look at the tyres that's going on. Yeah, fresh set tyres for Tom Blomqvist. Only fueling left on the 34. Everything happening on the 40. We're getting the go-ahead for the 31, and now we've got a full pure run to the flag, isn't it? No fuel saving. This is going to be fun out.
In LMP2 land, the CrowdStrike, the 04, that's the 4 set of new boots and some fuel. It looks like Porsche on the race off pit road. The 7 is ahead of the 34, and they're struggling past us. The 18, that's the Euro car, which made the guys who actually has come off with their save on board with Bradley Sutton, some set of tyres and fuel. The Tower car is constructed by no one's checking driver. They're going to but they've got the same set of tyres that they just get the end. And the fuel as well. But they're just going to get any major order change within the P2 just because all the gaps between them will have gone.
Well, there we are in the graphic demonstration of teamwork in the bay. Porsche experienced team. And the reason for that, John,
Бо хуяри, бо дає по керму сильно, ну, коли...
Tom Brooker's a mission, isn't it? And it's, in fact, he saved the car, didn't he? Yes. So,
Ох, вона не повертає, я не знаю, а як він їде так? Ух, який дим. Блядь, а я що? Я не зареєструвався на гонку, по-моєму. А, є, зареєструвався, блядь. Фу. На п'ятій, на четвертій щось воно не виходить. Ну, треба апекс якийсь знайти, щоб, ну, бо там, коли раніше відкриваєш, мабуть, і виносить так.
Set of energy either, and he's already got 30% energy stored up. So he probably, if he's going to go the same as NASA, he only needs probably.
Так, що там, жовтий прапор, якого хера, блядь?
Maybe 45%, 35%. Here's the GT. D cars coming in. Welcome back to the pit lane. And the CrowdStrike pit report, Anna.
Thank you, can't keep me away. Rexy is getting new right side tires. Are they going to give Lauren Heinrich left sides? Of course they are, because they have them. So this means that Rexy will get the best opportunity he can to try and defend that second place.
40 хвилин, як жовтий прапор, якого хера?
Because the Forte Lamborghini, the first car to have an issue in this race, well, second technically to the AWA Corvette, but the first one to have contact out on the racetrack, is blocking their pit exit. So the AO crew knows that they are going to have to pull the car back. They do have a lap on the third place car, so they are able to take a little bit of time, but this is still an issue, and now he's leaving in traffic.
Significantly, but understandably, the 62 Racing Competizione Ferrari did not pit there because they got in just before that yellow flag. So they keep their position on the track.
They do, but by coming in right before we went to yellow, that did enable number 77 car to get back on the lap.
Albeit at the completely opposite end of the tree.
Doesn't matter though, because well, actually it does matter, doesn't it? Because
Да, стратегія пішла по П. Бля. Сука. Тривога. Треба почитати, що там.
Coming for the black flag, or you'll be disqualified.
Це зарано було? Окей, я зрозумів, коротше, як там їхати. Так, подивимося, що там, блядь, за тривога.
Some drivers, and this was mentioned to me some years ago, if you can try and use the fire areas, the painted areas that tell you where the fire bottles are, try and use them as
Щось хую, знаю, щось я не розумію, чому це тривога. Ну, бачу, що ракети запускають, блядь, підараси.
That full course caution is exactly what the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport team were
Загроза ракетна, да.
with everything, because that gets them back on the lead lap and really in the lead bunch. So
bad news for Acura, that.
Yes, it is very bad news for the Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti, number 40 Acura.
Сука.
They've had to fight uphill
Йобані
all race
підараси.
long. Haven't quite had the pace of.
Так, що, їдемо, коротше, блядь, в цю кваліфікацію.
And of course had a technical issue that Louis Delatraz did a great job to get the car kick-started again and back moving. But so it's not been the cleanest of runs, but to be on the lead lap, 36 minutes to go, I actually think they could take that. The 40 accurate.
40, yes, absolutely true. Here comes number 5 car now, Jimmy Brown. He's got the wave around. He's hustled around. He's gonna make his pit stop now. It'll just be as John Paddock would just say, it's a time stuff. The time for this is going to be really the question is whether he can catch up with the back of the pack before we go back to the green. Shea is watching.
He hits his marks. There we
Так,
go.
розганяємось.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And it's a longer stop. They've done right side tires, but also in as the 80.
Green, green, green. Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Now, their time stops, but they are longer stops. So they're stops that are long enough to change all 4 tires for both of these Porsches.
70-80% energy for Jimmy Brown, so that's more than every more than the 2 litres. They've only got 75%.
Трошки не так, але, в принципі, піде. Взагалі не так, блядь.
One more lap.
Срав. Теж штраф, ну ладно. Але трохи зрозумів, що до чого.
Alright, there's the checkered flag.
Ну, я не знаю, я подивився, там той тип їхав на 5 і в нього був час 48. Тому я 48. Ну так, трохи зрозуміло, да. Коротше, приблизно як їхати.
GT cars, and there's still the split is still just about going on. He'll get to go past the P2s as well if he gets a hustle on. Here he comes out of turn 5, the Western Horseshoe. He'll be on the back of the GTD cars. It's a question of how far.
От американці завжди цю IMSA, у них завжди, блін, перед фінішем жовті прапори, коротше, щоб люди не скучали, розумієш, роблять спеціально.
Here comes Bruni. He's not quite on the back of the GTD cars yet, but here he comes at the absolute flat out. And he comes through, he's up on the wall, he goes past a few of the cars, and now he's gone past up to about the midfield. He's not going to catch the prototypes. At what point does he have to stay where he is? and frees the field. He's round the outside. This looks like something from a movie. He is going to catch them, you know. He's going to come past the GTDs. We go back green now. He's not going to be a million miles off, but he's about 3 or 4, no, a little bit more cars away as he comes through now. He's coming up on the Corvette.
Jani trying to go around the outside of the Acura, excuse me, John, there, and ran a bit wider on the exit.
That 5 seconds.
О! Он попереду, блядь.
Plenty of fuel to finish the race.
Прикинь. Он, блядь, попереду.
SOS is 2,339.
Он попереду, блядь. Сука, дебил, блядь. О, фак.
There are 2 additional sets of tyres for this race. Be smooth and have a good run.
Ай, блядь, я не можу, сука.
So down at turn 1, Porsche going right round the outside, gets a little hip check. Oh, gets a hip check going in there from the Acura, the number 40 car.
Feisty Louis Delatraz there. Oh, but there wasn't much room.
He got squeezed down.
Yeah, fair.
I'm going to take that back, seeing it from the overhead. But that was...
One to go. Next time by, you'll be lining up on the
9 років бомбили Донбас. Так, що треба зробити? А, нічого. Нічого не треба робити. Налаштовувати піт не треба. Не буду його роздражати. Бо у нього, сука, сраку підірве. Ай, блядь.
Well, and with that great work from the Porsche Penske Motorsport team in the pits, they've got the jump on the number 31 Cadillac, and Tom Blomqvist for Whelen Engineering Cadillac has been given the honour and the trust to finish this race off.
About to go green, stay focused.
Stay focused, Brandon. Brandon!
Served emergency service. They'll have to come back down the pit lane again. They're doing it now. And the 78.
Green, green, green.
Lamborghini in speed violation coming down as well. At the front of the field.
Go low. Car outside. The yellow flag is out. They want you in single file. Closed. Pit road is closed. Letter 24 carbide. Letter 24 carbide. Letter 18 carbide. Letter 23 carbide.
А, в'їбали штраф.
But is this just going to be a straight
I don't know what happened, but I
between
saw
the
my
number
mirror.
7 and the number 31, the Porsche Penske Motorsport car, and the Whelen Cadillac? 2 manufacturers, 2 quite different technical
You didn't exit the pit safely. Go back to the tail of the longest line. Fall back. Letter 12 carbide. You had the position when the yellow flag came out.
Hashtag Michelin PRT Horse Race Tech.
Да, живий, але, блядь, поїхав. Ну да. Там іншого рішення не було.
What the hell happened there anyway?
Pit road's open.
What the fuck is happening to the field? 3 and 4 when we're catching up to Pittsburgh here.
That Acura's fastest lap of the race, a 35.9.
They have to wait for the pit car because they didn't cross the line, so they're a lap down with way for
He's on charge. Really bad luck from number 80 car, the Lone Star Racing Mercedes. Boy,
Yeah,
they
the guys
did a
that you're passing
fantastic
right
job
now
with
will
such
probably
a
second lap down, but everyone that's ahead of me right now.
The fourth driver out of this, we were told about 5 days before he had to get here. To come along, I mean, they're
I didn't realize that.
Вес, Весел, он стоит, долбоёб.
Yeah, it doesn't really hurt anyone, like the guys that stayed out right here, but everyone that got involved in the wreck, it hurts them a lot more. You just didn't back the lap, right?
Що не скажи, але цей... Чи в Дамбес, чи Весел.
all his gear was in London as well.
Louis Delatraz is flying here. Not only did he's followed that fastest lap of the race for that car up with some really strong sectors and another good lap in third.
Remember this time
I'm
yesterday,
gonna stay behind
just a little bit
23. I got a
later,
black flag for
coming
unsafe
off
fitting for
pit
exit,
stops
whatever.
and restarts, the Acura was actually quick.
And he's got more usable energy than the rest. So right now, according to our telemetry, Felipe Nasser and Tom Blomqvist are on 60% each. Delatraz got 80%.
Я щось не можу зрозуміти, де я і що я.
He can fire it right up to the maximum here.
Щось...
Bruni 60.
Right now I'm with a black flag.
Щось все поламалося.
Trying to get through the traffic. So the top
Did you
three
get
then
white flag
coming
at
back
start or
together.
no?
Meanwhile, in LMP2,
No, I just got a really good launch right
just
there.
got past Tom Dillman in number 52 on the last lap, third position. Right behind Tom Dillman is Scotty McLaughlin in car number 8 for Tower Motorsport as well.
And in GTD Pro, Daniel Serra has a 14-second lead.
Everyone from 17 on up to the base car should be at the 22nd place on a get with grind.
On you go, next time by, line up on the inside.
Second and a half for the 57. That's the
So I didn't realize that whole thing and hit it, so I might stuck a lap down now.
Ferrari BDO knows strategy. Well, where do you start with this one? Where do you start
Yeah, if we
with
can't
this
make it
one?
to turn one,
Who's got it right and who's got it wrong? Has Delatraz got it right? And the accuracy, they've got more energy.
Чого мені, блядь, пише? Що це за херня, блядь? Мені штраф дасть, блядь. Із-за цього довбойоба, блядь. Розумієш? Он має бути, блядь, попереду. Цей поц.
I think if you get an infinite point, I think you get away with that. I think that's how it works. Something like that. Really weird.
Wayne Taylor racing with Andretti, Acura, this Porsche and this Cadillac at the front, they are just so strong.
Мені штраф їбе за нього.
Yeah, that's the reason why.
25 minutes to go. That's a 135.7 last time. Blomqvist 135.9, 136.6 for Delatraz. So maybe just easing his pace a bit.
Well, I mean, they're a little bit on that last lap, certainly. But Felipe Nasser's last lap, as you
About to go green, stay focused.
Блядь, що мені робить? Я хуй його знаю.
You got the black flag. You passed the pace car. They're going to hold you for a while. Green, green, green.
Сука!
You've got to come in for a black flag. Outside. Still there, hold your line. Clear outside.
Все, блядь, їхати неохота, якщо чесно. Якого біса, блядь? Я не виклик, блядь, взагалі. Блядь, стояти, сука, 2 хвилини, блядь, ви кончені чи що, блядь?
You've got to come in for a black flag. Car outside. Go low. Outside, clear. Car outside. Keep low. Still there. Outside is clear. Outside. Clear up top.
Second now between Rasmussen and the 18 in the car at LMP2 and Jakobsen. Jakobsen has
car
been
here.
slightly
Pit box in. 10.
shaken by
Yeah, tell that to the car above me.
incident with the BMW.
5.
Has he done damage to the front end of that?
3.
You're the one that put
2.
Ferrari on the track.
1.
He's got Felipe
Right
Ferrari
here.
not that far behind him.
Should probably look and see that I got knocked down into you.
Yep. The two leaders were a little bit quicker than Fraga on that last lap. Actually, about 3/4 of a second faster on that last lap.
Here's the traffic, Jeremy. Let's see who negotiates this. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. This is where the dice needs to be rolled.
2 хвилини, блядь.
The yellow flag is out.
Right, but check apart right here. Check apart in the one. Check apart in the one.
Що, хоч з цим повезло.
Come on, man, up against the wall.
Of the Porsches, they go through the international horseshoe
You guys are 3
for
wide,
the
you're getting pinned together.
779th time.
Day 13, I got hit from below by the 9. Sorry, but it wasn't my fault.
This is going to be a good run, and it's going to be a proper race to the finish.
Ну, коли була аварія, мабуть, ми проїхали, ну, ми пролетіли, але, блядь, ну, лідери були попереду нас, чи ні, блядь? Що там, блядь, відбулося, я хуй знаю. Воно не писало взагалі нічого. Хрена знаю, коротше. Якщо б воно писало, там, пропусти safety car, пропусти safety car, а так воно ж не писало наче. Я не знаю, подивись, може там писало щось. Хрена
know what it
знаю.
is about today, but today's some of the worst racing, no matter what track you go to. It's been a long time.
Бля, ще одне коло програв, ну ладно.
Sorry for the people in this box, if that's the case, but I thought it was a smile.
Actually, he's a very, very, generally speaking, happy person.
Why is that
Very
quick
jolly.
dude going here?
But he is a ferocious competitor. What does he know?
Man, it's just louder than
Okay, punch it.
From the driver, he's listening to what's going on.
Oh yeah, I went. Yeah, we got 3.58 figure. Yeah, that'll 1.55. I literally started
Spotter will be
out
telling him what he's coming up on,
and
and
trying
the
to
moment
chill
he'll turn a
and
BMW
boost
here.
that thing up.
He closes up on the lead.
They want you in single file. Car 28 got the lucky dog. Let them pass on the outside. Catch up 2, car.
The dog leg, the left-handed kick. More traffic ahead.
I was going to say, in a week and a half,
Leader goes to the outside. Second place car.
Не знаю.
Might get blocked here. That's the 82
Можливо, да.
Yeah, I went from like 2,700 down to like 2,000.
NASA by a car's length under
I
braking.
started
They
about
concertina
2,900.
back
I'm
together.
at
Now on the power,
21.50.
come onto the back.
Скільки ми там програємо?
More traffic ahead, but that won't actually
The
play
beginning
any
of the
part.
track
The
was
two
really fun.
leaders are pushing. Now,
It's not
they
bad.
are now
Catch up 2,
20%
car.
worse
Making
off
it worse.
than Delatraz in third.
Just a heads up, there's been, that's the third time I've seen it where your car's jumping all around.
I think they should have, unless they've made a major miscalculation, they should have plenty of fuel to go to the end.
Catch up 2, car.
Yeah, it's all about the contest. Real quick or something.
45% left for NASA, 45% left for Blomqvist. Delatraz 65, 60 for Chamonix. Bruni, who had
1 to go, next time by. Line up on the inside. Left up 23, car by.
But we're within
Well, we
20
think
minutes
we
to
plug to the
go,
end.
and these cars could do 55 minutes or certainly 50
Right.
minutes,
Yeah.
absolutely flat out. So no
Catch
problem
up
on that.
23, car.
Don't make me laugh.
the AO99
Left up 17, car by. You had the position when the yellow flag came out.
for the
Alright, green flag turn 1.
LMP2 car of Paul-Luc Chatin.
Seems a little more doable.
In LMP2, slow lap last time around at 2 minutes 10.
Yeah, still going
Catch
slowly,
up
just gone
17,
on
car.
now heading to turn 1, so
Catch up 22, car.
Блядь, 22, блядь, якого хера?
No, we made it past the line. We didn't get past the line.
Catch up 22, car.
Одне коло, да, програємо?
Backs it up with another quick lap through the traffic.
Ну, одне це ще, куди не йшло.
I need to shit time crossing so I can get back on the lid lap.
Literally, the car's driving off the track to stay out of the way of this lead battle. The rest of the field know what's going on here. They're spectators, but some of them are involved and
Yeah, I was going a little
embroiled
bit
in their
fast when I
own
crossed the
battle
phone.
for victory.
Yeah, out of a third in LMP2 is really intense. Now Rasmussen's got a good edge. He's pulled out 3 seconds over
Надо виїбати його.
Similarly, 3 seconds over Fraga.
Але обережно. Це зробити і лакідого отримати.
The whole chicane really went in favour of Felipe Nasser there. Blomqvist getting stuck behind a GT car right in the middle of that left chicane, and that was critical.
Green flag, green flag.
Thanks for being with us. Thanks for being with us.
That was your fastest lap of the session.
Joining us now. Welcome to the party. Just as the presents are being unwrapped. Perfect timing. Questionably.
Outside. Still there, hold your line. Still there. You're on the bottom, 3 wide. Still there. That was your fastest lap of the session. Hold your line. Outside, 2 wide. You're on the bottom, 3 wide. Go low. Clear outside. Outside. Keep low. Outside, clear. Car outside. Outside, clear. Car outside. Still there, hold your line. Still there, hold your line. New fastest lap for you. Keep low. Clear, car outside. Clear outside.
О, блядь, выбрался с цієї.
Just set your fastest lap of the session.
Meanwhile, in LMP2, Christian Rasmussen for Renault Motorsport has hit the afterburners. He's 4.8 seconds in the lead. Wow.
But the battle between Durban and Fraga is
Caution, yellow flag. They want you in single file. Pit road is closed. Left up 10, carbide. Left up 11, carbide. You had the position when the yellow flag came out. Left up 10, carbide. You had the position when the yellow flag came out.
А, він мене виїбав. Блін, так гума просто стирається. Так, де там, блядь, той 10? Все, їдемо.
Outside of where it will get the most draft.
Yeah, and look at the Porsche just moving around.
Донбас вижив. Донбас щас отримає лакідога. Замість мене.
Pit road's open.
There's been a couple of off-track moments for pretty much all of the GTPs.
1 minute 35.924 for Felipe Nasser, the race leader last time around. His best, a 1:35.6, so with just 0.3 of a second off the fastest lap.
Так, я не знаю, мабуть, не треба їхати.
And Tom Lucas, he was just about a 10th of a second slower on that last.
Catched up, 11, car.
А взагалі треба було. А!
Car, 1, got the lucky dog, left them past on the outside. Catched up, 11, car.
А він не отримав? А, він, блядь, не отримав лакідога. А, блядь, сука. А чого?
Yeah, I'd really honestly don't think Paris has fallen off. If anything, they barely fallen off. I think it's going up to where it's going to be.
As well, see if we can pick those guys up. Morad and Molina, there's Morad going through the Le Mans chicane at the moment. 21 with the red and white stripes on the roof. It's Miguel Molina
Блядь.
in the Ferrari.
Все одно переставить, блядь, в кінець, какого хуя не поїхав на підстоп. Що зараз поїхати чи що?
Oscar Rivera's flying too, isn't he?
He's been outstanding every time he's been in that triage competition. The number 023, the dark red Ferrari.
Not a works driver for nothing.
Well,
He's got past Kenton Cook, left him. Now that there's a 3-car train there in GTD. It's for 3rd place in the class, but Sheldon van der Linde in the pro car is right ahead of Albert Costa in number 34 Ferrari for Conquest Racing. And that Triaza car has come back into the picture really fast in this last stint of the race.
3, 2, 1. Right here.
In the Court-off Preston Motorsports entry to Mercedes.
Don't forget the checkered flag ends the race but starts the conversation. Michelin post-race tech to come exclusively on IMSA Radio.
Ні.
Michelin PRT.
That's it, go.
IMSA Radio. Your thoughts, comments, points arising. Brickbats or bouquets will take them all.
Яка дозаправка? Тут баку вистачає на всю гонку.
Post-race show is Michelin PRT.
You only have 1 tyre depth remaining. 1 to go. Next time by. Line up on the inside. Letter 25 carbide. You had the position when the yellow flag came out.
Made here either way. Felipe Nasr has won this race before in class, never overall. Team Penske or Porsche Penske Motorsport, Penske have won this race overall since 1969 with the Lola. So for them it would be huge. For Porsche it would be a record 19th overall win.
Catch that 25 car.
Overall win here, but it's so there is huge amount. If Bloomquist were and the Whalen
Catch that 1 car.
would win 3 Rolex
Catch that
watches
22 car.
Matching the record of last year.
Get ready, going green.
Шуміло, блядь.
Let's be honest.
high stakes.
He's only got 2. This is what he's going to do. Put one on his ankle.
Green flag, green flag.
Rasmussen into half seconds to the good. Round straight line being Jacobsen.
Outside. Outside is clear. Car outside. Clear outside if you want it. Car outside. Go low. Still there. Clear outside.
Why the fuck
outside.
are you turning down?
You're in the middle. 3 wide. Inside. 2 wide. Go high. Clear inside.
Quit turn that on, you motherfucker.
Outside. You're on the bottom. 3 wide. Still hold. Car outside. 2 wide. Keep low. Still there. Hold your line.
There, hero.
Clear outside if you want it.
I'll wreck your Don't worry, I'll get here right away.
Car inside. Still there, hold your line. Keep high. Stay high, there's a car on the low side. Clear. Inside. Stay high. Clear. Car outside. Go low. Clear outside if you want it. Car outside. Still there, hold your line. Go low. Still there, hold your line. Clear outside. Still there, hold your line. The yellow flag is out. Line up, single file. Pit road is closed. Letter 1, carbide. Letter 29, carbide. You had the position when the yellow flag came out. Letter 1, carbide.
Ooh. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
It's a fair point. You've got to use what you've got. Find the super silvers or the brilliant bronzes. You know,
Лузер, блядь.
not maybe
What
that
button
is
is that?
part of it. Leader.
There's no way the Niners are going to make it to the end. He's been fucking hitting everybody.
No impediment for either of the first two cars.
Yeah, the
Porsche
9,
versus
the
Cadillac
10.
and Daytona.
Що, я зробив цього
Glory days with a huge
Брендана?
crowd here for the 2024
І отримую свій
24 hours in Daytona.
Lucky Dog.
GPs burst on the
Мій
scene last year.
Lucky Dog, Lucky Dog.
Wondered if they'd even be in the end
Come
of
on.
the race. Could an LP2 car sneak a victory? And the GTPs over the course of the season and here at Daytona.
Але гуму я, звісно, прибив трохи.
Picked it up a notch this year, Peter.
You bet they have, as is Tom Lundquist. He's 3/10 up come at the end of sector 2 on this lap as they come up towards the stripe again. It is just yo-yoing back and forward. That Porsche 963 at the
Донбас
very
сосе.
top, right into 7th gear. It's just got that ever so slight top speed
It's
advantage.
got a little bit long. The lead Porsche there. There was a tiny moment, and I mean a tiny moment. You could just see the car snaking
You
as
feel better now?
Felipe Nasser was
Catch
trying to
up,
pull
one
the car
car.
down to the apex of turn
Is he
1.
wrecking you on purpose?
This is now coming down to the finest of margins. 6
Car 2,
minutes to
got the
go
lucky
in
dog,
the
let them
race.
pass on the
So
outside.
that's
Catch
going
up
to
2,
be
car,
about
20 more laps, this time by.
4 laps, possibly 5.
Я ніхіра не зрозумів. Я що. Я 2 кола програю. Блять.
I feel better now. I got
Let us
Сука.
16
Ну
car box.
ладно,
You had
короче.
position
Що
when the yellow
це?
flag came out.
Не, блядь, победил.
Have a think what they're going through right now. Felipe Nasser's teammates, Matt Campbell, Joseph Newgarden, and Dave
Діди воювали,
What would it
блін.
mean to them to get none of the drivers in this number 7 car?
Воювали, ніхіра. Фак, я 2 кола, а мені писалось щось одне коло, а потім... Бля, коротше, хер поймеш.
Team USA alumni, Jeremy, in this car too.
It's true.
This is close. This is close. Half a second coming out of...
До речі, що по гумі цікаво, так.
As close as Blomqvist has been. He's picked up a little bit of toe.
Ну, да, в мене равномірно вона уходить. Ну, тільки передня ліва, хоча там теж, да.
Maybe even closer than that as Nasser pulls out from half a second to a second, but again struggles to pull the car down to the apex of turn 1. He's got the AO Porsche number 77 right ahead of him. He gets through on the inside.
Коротше, да, наша тактика вже не працює. Ай, блядь, сука.
One to go, next time by, you'll be lining up on the inside. Catch up 1, car.
Я щось думав, блядь, ну ладно.
I've got to tell you, I think that Porsche's running out of grip.
А, до речі, зараз подивимося.
Let us 4, car by. You had the position when the yellow flag came out.
Each time he set the fastest lap of the race, he hasn't got the fastest lap of the race here, but he is leading it.
А, та. Там попереду нас ще... Це що? Звідки він взявся? Попереду нас, попереду мене ще 3 пілоти. 21 місце одне коло програє, 22 одне коло програє, 23 2, і я 24 2, потім цей Донбас.
This was a guy that had to put down the huge horsepower of the 935s and
Короче.
962's big turbocharged monsters and traction out of corners was something that was definitely at a premium there.
Нічого вже не буде.
Swings to the high side. Here comes the Cadillac flashing the lights down into turn 1 again.
Hopefully this make it to where the deck was actually stay on the race car. There's one more to do and realize.
До речі, а чому йому штраф не дали? Бо він пропускав наче, але йому теж впаяли штраф.
Green flag, green flag. The leader did a 43.287 outside. The car in P15 just set the fastest lap. 40.821. Still there, hold your line. Outside. Keep low. Stay low. There is a car on the high side.
Excuse me.
Still there.
Has come out now. The white flag is out now. So this is the last lap.
Still there. Hold your line.
No clue.
Clear high.
Well, it shouldn't be. Yeah, it shouldn't be.
Outside.
Well, I'm now confused.
Still there. Clear.
Heard the call from race control, and I presume that was for next time around.
Outside. Outside is clear. Outside. Keep low. Still there. You're in the middle. 3 wide. Inside. 2 wide. Still there. You're in the middle. 3 wide. Still there. Still there. Inside. 2 wide. Still there. Hold your line. Car outside. Stay low. Stay low. There is a car on the high side. Stay low. There is a car on the high side. Stay low. There is a car on the high side. Clear outside. Car outside. Still there. Still there. Hold your line. You're in the middle. 3 wide. Still hold. Clear inside. 2 wide. Stay low. There is a car on the high side. Stay low. Clear up top. Outside. Stay low. Still there. Still there. Hold your line. Keep low.
There's a lot of celebration, confirmation then. Keep low. B2, racing competition, Ferrari GTD Pro, and Winwood Racing for
Clear up top.
It's got to share up it first of all for some reaction.
We're gonna have to climb over the wall to try and get back to our drivers because they did not come out to the pit lane and with all the crew guys who very mutedly waiting on the
Car inside.
an opportunity to celebrate and
Still there.
properly. But now
Да, я всрався.
Still there.
Kendall is walking out to the wall to celebrate
Треба гуму
Leader is
берегти.
running. 41.162. Stay high. There's a car on the low side.
He's being carried off, Don.
Keep high. Clear.
Let's go to GTD Pro.
Їбать, Донбас мене боїться, пиздець. Просто він мене лякається.
Another big one for Ferrari.
Amazing, amazing. What the Ferrari with the race, I saw a really good news. So thanks to my teammate. Super happy now. Like this joy. Yes, absolutely.
Dan Cameron, your first ever podium visit after Daytona 24 hours leads to the top step overall.
Yeah, keep doing that.
And then the thing,
Inside. Stay high. Still there at bottom.
The stage, get a Rolex. You've already got them winning the championship.
Clear inside.
This is something different. We hear the emotion in your voice and just how much this means to you. But the group of people that you were able to accomplish it with, that's got to make it mean even more.
Yeah, for sure.
Car inside. Still there at the bottom. Still there. Clear.
That's Rolex Daytona 24
Inside.
winner, Dane Campbell.
Stay high, there's a car on the low side. Still inside. Clear inside. And to go, this time by. Inside. Clear.
It's great to be here. Take this opportunity to thank IMSA. Also, I always believe that IMSA is the best sports car series.
Блядь, сука.
Inside.
Ой.
Still there. Still inside. Clear.
Everybody has a 296 in the world. I hope they enjoy it.
Car inside.
It's a pleasure to see.
Clear inside. Inside. Still there.
And it's a real pleasure to be able to talk to the captain as a
Stay high, there's a car on the low side. Clear inside.
What does this mean for you and your whole organization?
Well, okay, we entered into this partnership with Porsche. They've been our partners in automotive for many years, but this is one that, last year at Le Mans we stumbled. We had some good runs last year, but to come back here and have both cars run for 24 hours and then win the race, hard for me to believe that.
Last run this race in 1969 in Imola. Things are a little bit different now
Inside.
technology-wise, and you're still
Clear.
in the box.
Okay, this is going down to one of the biggest wins we've had. Now we got to go for the big one at Le Mans, you know that, so thank you.
Mission accepted. Good luck.
Ва. У мене руки болять. Блін.
Inside. Clear inside.
Соси, Донбас, соси, блин. Що за хуйня? Донбас.
The lead is at 41.639. Car outside. Cheap low. Clear.
Блядь.
Absolutely. There you go. There's the 2 seconds. That was tight. Take it one more lap, Rick. They'd have been tight on the engines. They were pushing hard.
Car 4 has taken the lead.
Still got a couple more left there. I can't say what you were doing.
5 laps to go. It's going well. Keep at it. Car inside. Still there inside. Clear inside. Inside. Clear inside. 2 laps to go. 2 to go.
Да, така помилка, блядь. Це що, блядь?
Outside.
as well.
Still there, hold your line. Still there, hold your line. White flag, one more lap to go. Still there. Stay low, there is a car on the high side. Still there. Clear high, outside. Keep low. Clear high.
Just off the podium at 4.
Oh no. Да, на жаль.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
That's a good final run, guys. Good job.
Okay, we'll get them next time.
In a moment as well, a lot of emotion down there. You're listening and watching a very, very historic moment.
На жаль, така якась...
Or whoever that was, I got it.
Quadded up at least in the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Taken by just over a couple of seconds. That 2-second margin is not indicative of what we saw during the last few hours of this race. It's been tight and we finish.
Ну що, Porsche виграв, да?
5 cars on the lead lap, of which 3 of them are Porsches.
Да, Porsche виграв.
Porsche, Cadillac and Acura fill the 3.
Acura третя, нічого собі хорош.
In LMP2, it's Era from CrowdStrike from Riley in the Orica battle. Racing Competizione give Ferrari the win ahead of Porsche and AO Racing the pole sitting car. And Paul Miller Racing, despite the struggles with brakes at the end, are on the podium. And Winward for Mercedes AMG ahead of AF Corsa for Ferrari in GTD. And in third, Conquest Racing for Ferrari. We'll have our winners, of course, for
Daniel, did you miss it on the start?
CrowdStrike Endurance Teamwork and Speed Award on Midland
Yeah, sure did.
Motorsport, where we crunched the numbers.
I don't that's I was
Theatre, let's have the numbers for Michelin Endurance Cup before we wrap up, Jeremy.
Yeah, in the GTP, Wheel and Engineering Racing, Cadillac will have 18 points to finish second in the race, but will be in the lead.
Добре. Ну от ми цей.
By 2 points over Penske, Porsche Motorsports number 7. The manufacturers will be tied, but Porsche will be ahead because they won the race. In LMP2, CrowdStrike Racing by APR, 17 points to the 15.
Ну іде той safety car, блядь.
Motorsports and the 13 of Inter-Europol with
Де блядський safety car?
The Paul Miller Racing, despite that disappointment towards the end, will lead on 15 points to the 14 of Racing Competizione. Manufacturers, Ferrari and BMW tied on 15. And in GTD, finally,
Я ніхіра не понял.
Motorsports and Inception Racing both have 13 points, but Court of Preston were the highest place finishers, so I think they will come away unofficially with the lead. Winwood Racing just 1 point behind, but having won the race, they'll be more than satisfied with that on 12 points, and Trial's competition on 11 points.
History made down in Victory Circle. Our BDO No Strategy Award goes to the number 40 Acura in third position.
Да, нічого не понятно, коротше.
And schemed to get to that position. Let's hear from the man with his name above the door, Wayne Taylor.
Wayne, hello. You've won our BDO
Хрена знає.
Strategy Award.
Ну якби ми опинилися попереду пелотону, то да. Де safety car взагалі? А ну. Подивіться.
All right, it's all about the win here at Daytona, but you guys are on the podium, and that means something.
I tell you more so than ever any other.
А, ось, а чого ж тут safety car?
I got a lot of wins here, and then
А як він тут опинився? Стоп. Ну. Ніхіра не понял. А, він просто з ніоткуда взявся цей safety car. Просто херакс, блядь, і цей. Ёптаймо, що це, блядь, за хуйня?
if we can at least get somebody in the top 5. But I gotta say to
Так, ну от.
you know, Colton,
Вот аварія.
Benson, Jordan, and Louis, they did an outstanding job. And then the team first time together.
Де, блядь, сейфіті кар?
Feels like a win then when you look at that trophy.
It does.
I'm so happy to hear that.
And you know what? I'm gonna be back next year.
I know you are. I know you are. Well done, Wayne. Well done.
Не знаю, коротше. Щось я взагалі, блядь, дупляно б'ю. Блін, ну це погано. Якась херня просто трапилась. Незрозуміло. От перший номер. Щось бамс, щось, блядь, незрозуміло. Де сертифікат? Ну, можливо. Можливо. Але, ну от перший номер. Він що робить? Пропускає чи ні?
It's goodbye from Daytona as Porsche celebrate winning the 62nd Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona.
Щось, що, коротше, глюкає, да, стопудово якийсь глюк. Все, IMSA все. Окей, ладно. А так непогано було, і темп непоганий був, і в принципі я вже розібрався. Ну, блядь. Сейфити додав. А чо? Нормалювався. Мінус 2 кола. Да. Другий спліт, ніхуя собі. Але все одно нічого хорошого. Сьогодні про одне розчарування. Так, ну мабуть все на сьогодні, тому що я вже заїбався. Це просто пиздець. І треба поїсти вже повечеряти щось, тому що я, блін, не їм. І Дайтона завершилась, то що як все склалося. Фу, сьогодні, коротше, одні ці проблеми. Але недавно гарні гонки вийшли. Все одно. Дві непогані гонки. Ну як? Ну да. Непогані. Веселіше, ніж, блін, цей рот, але, блін, рот, звісно, це просто боль. Біль. Так, ну все. Коротше, на сьогодні все. Дуже втомився. Тому дякую за перегляд і тихої ночі. І щоб, блядь, москалі нахуй не... Щоб москалі нахуй вообще не заходили, блядь, нікуди, блядь, не виходили, сука, з дому і в інтернет, блядь. Єбані тварі. Кончені, бля. Да, одним москалем сьогодні менше трохи, але то хуйня. Це все херня. Все, да, гарного вечора, ночі і завтра гарного тижня трудового, робочого. Все, пока.